Ramasubani, Birchwood Safety Rep, a first aider and a floor manager. Welcome to Birchwood Hotel. In case of fire or hearing fire alarm, please do not panic. We have the emergency exit on our left-hand side and on our right-hand side. So this is our assembly point. In case the fire is from this side, then we're all going to exit through this door. To your right, to your left, we have the exit that goes outside. We are all going together outside. In case somebody is sick, we have first aiders on site. However, we're not allowed to administer any medication. If the situation is critical, we have the ER24 as our backup. The bathrooms are just outside. To the left, to the right, we have the males and the females. The smoking area is outside. We do have the bins with signs. The food station, when you all go to the back, we have our lunch area. Our tea station is just outside. Our food is not allowed to go out for food safety reasons. The Wi-Fi password, we do not have the password. We are going to use the Birchwood access, guest access Wi-Fi. That is the one that we choose, it's free. And the last one is our load shedding schedule. It's from 10 o'clock today to 1 o'clock. The other one is from 6 o'clock to 11 o'clock. So when there is load shedding, can you please do not panic? It's gonna take 45 seconds to kick to the generator. And when it comes back, it just takes less than 3 seconds. Thank you so much. Enjoy your stay with us.
All right. So good morning once again and welcome to day 2 of our program. And for those of you that are joining us for the first time today, welcome, and we hope that you enjoy the program for today. For our attendees online, we hope that you are fully able to enjoy the experience. For today, we will not be taking any live questions. We do ask you to use the chat, and we will then convey those questions to the presenters. Perhaps just to summarize or reflect on the presentations and addresses that we received yesterday. It was definitely a marathon of a day, I think we can agree, but so rewarding and so fulfilling. 25 years since the Labour Relations 1995 version was enacted, the presentations delivered a clear and common thread that as the Labour fraternity, we need to reflect on the objectives of the Labour Relations Act and ask ourselves, are we doing what we should be doing, and what can we do differently? Is there anything that we need to change? Is there any consideration that we need to give or afford to legislative reform? And also, what was clear is that we need to appreciate some of the challenges and strengths that our dispute resolution institutions are facing in the pursuit of social justice and equity. To get to our program for the day, our first speaker, or presenter rather, is Professor Evans Kalula, who will be delivering his presentation online. His presentation will be covering the freedom of association, how the fundamental principles of freedom of association have been implemented over the past few years, and what expectations going forward in response of the current labour market dynamics. Now, Professor Evans Kalula is the chairperson of the Committee of Freedom of Association for the ILO. He's the first person to serve in this position in the history of the ILO. He is an emeritus professor of law at the University of Cape Town and an honorary professor of law at the University of Rwanda. He holds several degrees, including a PhD. He was educated at the University of Zambia School of Law, at King's College in London, the Balliol College, and at Oxford, where he was a Rhodes Scholar, at the University of Warwick School of Law. He's a fellow of the African Academy of Sciences, a member of the Council of Academy of Science of South Africa, a fellow of the Stellenbosch Institute for Advanced Study. He's also a visiting lecturer in the law at the University of Mlungushi. He serves as an ad hoc executive policy advisor at the University of Lusaka, and he's an associate of the Southern African Regional Universities Association. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates present, please help me and welcome Professor Evans Kalula.
Madam Program Director, thank you very much for that. The Director of the CCMA, Professor Cameron Mrojane, distinguished guests and speakers, and fellow participants. I'm honored to be part of this remarkable conference of the CCMA. Let me join speakers who have spoken before me yesterday, in congratulating the CCMA on 25 years of remarkable work. And also, not least, to congratulate the CCMA for a clean audit. In our times where resources are misused frequently, not least by public agencies, I think it's remarkable that you have a public agency like the CCMA minding public money, the taxpayers' money. I'm a pensioner at 70, but I still pay tax. Can you believe that? Sometimes I don't understand. I spent all my working life paying tax, and they still tax me. And that money is, I expect, has got to be looked after. And the CCMA, I commend you for looking after my money, our money, rather. Thank you. Fellow participants, I wish to pay...
Apologies, Professor. Apologies
Yes?
to interrupt you. Can I ask you to turn your video on?
My video on. Okay.
Yes,
I'm sorry, Madam Director. I am BBC, born before computers, and reconstructed as that.
That's perfectly fine.
Normally I have my IT specialist who, my doctor who doubles up as an IT specialist is making a presentation of her own next door. So she can't help me out here if I get in trouble. So please bear with me if that happens.
No problem at all. We are very appreciative.
I was saying, Madam Director, that rather I was going to say that Tito Mboweni may not have been the best finance minister South Africa had, but he was definitely had a remarkable vision. And that vision, of course, translated into the Labour Relations Act. I'm sure the ILO, I think the director of the ILO, the regional director for East and Southern Africa, Dr. John Musambayane will be here, who is, I suspect, is here because he's following me after this, who agree that the South African labor legislation is probably the most compliant of all legislation in the world. And at the core of that compliance is the CCMA in terms of dispute resolution, in terms of what it has delivered over the last 25 years, and is still innovating to deliver better service. But that's not my direct topic, Madam Program Director, even though it is related. My topic is going to look at what the impact of freedom of association has been in the past, currently in the last few years, and looking to the future, particularly in the wake of continuing crisis, COVID and others, continuing problems at work, but even much more importantly, incredible changes that are happening at work. The situation at work is changing much faster than it was ever conceived. And so I want to start by looking at where this all came from, by looking at the ILO and how freedom of association comes to be a center of that machine. The ILO, fellow participants, historically came about out of conflict. At the end of the First World War, the leaders, the founding fathers, they were all fathers, unfortunately, got together and said, look, we can't ignore the importance of social justice in achieving peace. In fact, the narrative then was that Germany not been so lacked so much social justice, they probably wouldn't have resorted to war. And you needed to put social justice in place in order to maintain and add to peace. And so the idea of the ILO was born as part of the settlement of Versailles. In fact, the constitution was an article in that in Versailles that you needed social justice in order to advance the ideals of peace. And it remarkably, and I always remind some employers in our work in the Committee on Freedom of Association, that the idea of social justice was in fact very much driven by industrialists, progressive industrialists, who realized that, you know, the workers and could not really, as citizens, sustain peace if they did not have a fair deal at work. So it was a combination of these progressive industrialists and several leading governments, the United Kingdom, France, and the US mainly, who pushed this idea of the ILO as a vehicle of social justice. And in order to do that, you needed to have an even playing ground, so to speak, that you needed to have norms and fundamental norms that would be guide member states in delivering social justice. And so the idea was born, and this was before the United Nations, by the way. Of course, it was very closely linked to the League of Nations, but survived the League of Nations. And of course, as you know, this idea of using social justice as a vehicle for peace did not really work, because come 1939, Germany was at war again with the rest of the world. And obviously the question is whether it was of any use at all. But if you look beyond simply that conflict, which incidentally reinforced the place and the need for the ILO, the impact has progressively been a positive one, notwithstanding, and that has got to be emphasized, that the sort of, this is work in progress. There are problems that amount, that sort of keep mounting rather all the time, particularly in a changed space in terms of the world of work. The original multilateral consensus that was the basis of the ILO, of course, has more or less broken down. The tendency now that you do have a number of countries who would rather go it alone. And the original consensus around the tripartite kind of system that is unique to the ILO is not working as well as it should. And I'm referring to this, and I'm sure most participants know that the ILO operates on a tripartite basis with governments, employers and workers sitting together. And that's the basis of social dialogue, from which, in fact, informs the work of the CCMA. And that social dialogue is reflected in freedom of association. And that's the connection I was referring to. That consensus now is wobbly at best. It's uncertain at best, as if that were not enough. You have now a situation where the world of work has changed completely. I mean, the basis of freedom of association, the assumptions rather, where that, you would have a world of work where the progressively formal work would improve. You would have, with the first industrial revolution, that was the norm, that you have sort of big employers employing increasingly large numbers, higher numbers of workers and so forth. The world as we know it now is not like that at all. In fact, formal employment, particularly in the developing countries, and if you look at our region, the African region, South Africa is one of the few countries where, in fact, you have got a considerable, still, and declining, I might add, formal employment sector. In most countries of the SADC, for instance, and sub-Saharan Africa, the formal sector is less than 10%. In fact, it's said that in some countries, it's about 5%. In some of the neighboring countries to South Africa. And that means that not only as the original kind of idea of big employers employing masses of workers more or less declined, it means that by the same token, you may argue that, there may not be as much use for freedom of association. But freedom of association is much more than that. The genius of the ILO program of decent work is that they have more or less said it is right, it is proper to have decent work wherever this work sort of takes place. And the idea that labor rights are fundamental human rights. They are human rights and must be respected wherever people are working. The 90%, the 95% of the informal sector are not idle, they are working. And in so doing, they need, even if they are working for themselves, a sense of proportion in terms of being decent, in terms of as much as possible, having a safe environment, and in terms of and I'm talking of the smaller employers now, being able to talk to their 3-5 employees and reaching common space. And they do have, and this is of course, the vital role of the CCMA. They do have in that space. We've heard, I think, stories of domestic workers here, where the CCMA intervened and kind of helped the parties to come to some agreement and continue in that relationship. So it doesn't mean that simply because the nature of work has changed, social dialogue, it has gone out of the window. In fact, even more, it is even more necessary now that with this fragmentation and the decline in informal employment, that you should have social dialogue as a basis on which people can work. And in fact, I'm going to show later that, you know, it's not simply the workplace that freedom of association and labor rights are important for. Freedom of association historically has been a great help to the development and enhancement of democracy. And we have, as I'll later come back, South Africa is a prime example of that. Now, what is freedom of association about? Freedom of association is central to the ILO Constitution. The ILO Constitution and the way the international labor standards work, that is leveling the playing ground, is that you have a series of treaties called conventions. And member states, being sovereign states, are free to ratify, to accept those conventions, which are treaties. And only after they have accepted can the ILO supervisory mechanism, and incidentally, the Freedom of Association Committee is one of the three, prominent supervisory bodies on the ILO. The other one being the Committee of Experts on the Application of Conventions and Recommendations, and the Committee of the Law of the International Labour Conference, called the Committee on the Application of Standards, and then the Freedom of Association Committee, the Committee on Freedom of Association. It's only then, I was saying, that apart from the ideals, the constitutional imperatives of the ILO, that a member state can be called to account. And that is generally the practice of the supervisory bodies. But the Committee on Freedom of Association and the principle of freedom of association, the principles of freedom of association and collective bargaining are different. These are binding on every member state. Why? Because they are fundamental principles of the Constitution. They are taken as a given that once a member state has joined the ILO, they accept the Constitution and therefore they are applicable to everybody. And these are, of course, Conventions 87 and 98. And with them, of course, there are further kind of principles that support and enhance that. You are talking about, for instance, the ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work 1998, for instance. You are talking recently of the Centenary Declaration 2019 after 100 years of the ILO, and there are other fundamental principles. And what does the Committee on Freedom of Association do? It is not a tribunal. And I keep stressing that now and again as chairperson. Incidentally, Madam Director, let me correct you. I'm not the first chairperson of the ILO Committee on Freedom of Association. I'm the first African in to be privileged to be appointed as chair of the Committee of Association in the ILO history. So it has had, and let me digress there, it has had many chairpersons since it was established in 1951. And my dubious claim to fame is that it was only 1952, when I was born, that it started work. So it is 70 years old in terms of its work. I am 70 years old. So that's my dubious claim to fame, if I needed any. And so I was saying that the Committee on Freedom of Association operates not as a tribunal, but as a as a forum of social dialogue, if you like. How? It is composed of 18 titular and the alternative members of the committee, 6 representing government, 6 representing employers, and 6 representing workers. I am the independent chairperson. In fact, strictly speaking, I'm not even a member of the committee. I'm the independent chairperson, and my predecessor always liked to, to emphasize that point, that, he wasn't a member of the committee. Rather, the role of the chairperson is to facilitate consensus. And unlike the committee of experts and the committee on application of standards, we are a committee of the governing body. That is the sort of the executive body of the ILO. And in terms of our recommendations, they have got to be unanimous to be sent to the governing body. And I can assure you, this is the most difficult job I've ever done. And I wouldn't miss it for the world. It's a fantastic job to see parties coming, and the CCMA. I mean, the CCMA, you understand, it's a fantastic kind of feeling to start from polarized positions and be able to bring the parties together to agreement. In your case, of course, the CCMA has got to apply the rules, and so do we, to a certain extent, on the Committee on Freedom of Association, because there are principles we follow, which are now, in fact, precedents are put in a compilation of decisions. But subject to that, my role as chairperson is to bring the parties together, to agree. And normally you are dealing with the kind of problems that are really remarkably difficult. Most of them, as in the you see in the tables later on, come from Latin America. And we have problems in Africa in terms of, thank heavens, not in South Africa. We have problems in Africa where trade unionists, workers, sort of are arrested, beaten, all sorts of abuse. They suffer from all sorts of abuse, but it's nothing compared. And this is no consolation in a sense. It's nothing compared to what happens in Latin America. And in in Latin America, trade unionists and employers are routinely killed. Killed, why? First of all, you have very brutal kind of sort of state apparatus that really do not take kindly to any kind of social dialogue. Secondly, of course, you have got the intra kind of workers disputes, very violent disputes generated. And for those of you who know a bit about the history of trade unionism in the UK, this will be familiar, that what you have in Latin America in a lot of jurisdictions is that you have a contract between an employer and the trade union to provide work, the way it was done in the docks in London, historically in the UK. And of course, that gives rise to violent confrontations, inter-union confrontations to gain that space. Very, very similar to the closed shop that we know here, that you shut others out. And the result, of course, is very violent, brutal, intra or workers' conflicts. And as if that were not enough, you have got organized crime. So you do have in places like Guatemala, Colombia, for instance, a lot of violence, resulting into the loss of life. And all these problems come before the Committee on Freedom of Association via complaints. And the role of the Freedom of Association is to try and reach some accommodation, subject, of course, as I said, to the principles of the ILO in terms of social dialogue and freedom of association. The result, historically and currently, is just amazing. You have now, the CFA has dealt with over 6,666 complaints since it started work in 1952, and it's increasing. Our workload we sit 3 times a year, and at any given session we can only deal with say about 25 sort of complaints at best. So what has been the impact? You are scratching the surface in a sense. I mean, we have a backlog of 165 cases at any given time. What has been the impact? The impact is amazing. It has been amazing in terms of how symbolical, even if it's a token in terms of the numbers, the impact has been substantial. You take, for instance, historically, if you take, there are a number of countries, including South Africa and Zimbabwe, where the intervention of the ILO through the mechanism of, freedom of association and commissions of inquiry actually set the scene for not only reform of the law, but enhancement of the tripartite social dialogue. In South Africa, you remember the 1992 Commission of Inquiry, fact-finding Commission of Inquiry. That really sort of signaled the beginning of the return of South Africa to the international community, particularly to the ILO. And that was a freedom of association complaint by COSATU that was taken up by the ILO. Similarly, in Zimbabwe, for my sins, I was a member way back at the turn of the century of a commission of inquiry that more or less sort of diffused what was going. I mean, it didn't completely, settle issues there. There are still issues going on, but it diffused a very dangerous kind of situation that was developing there. There are other examples. Myanmar, for instance, before the current situation, the ILO went in and were able, through freedom of association negotiations, to have the problems there settled. The irony of it is that now that is gone back, and as we speak, there is a commission of inquiry underway, and incidentally, one of our distinguished judges, Judge Daya Pile, is a member of that commission that is being undertaken as we speak. There have been other examples, and this links to the idea I mentioned about the importance of freedom of association and democracy, where apart from the South African case, we have had cases in the Sudan before the current problems, where the freedom of association and intervention of the ILO has helped. So the impact continues. But probably the most interesting case for me and which I was involved in with Dr. Johnny Musambayana, the director of the team, the ILO team in East and Central Africa, is that of Eswatini. As Swaziland in 2017, Dr. John and I were sent to Eswatini because the Americans had suspended Eswatini, Swaziland then, from the benefits of AGOA. That's the African, Opportunities, African, Opportunities Act. That the countries, African countries, some African countries, South Africa is not one of them, because South Africa is considered to be self-sufficient in a way, where the tariffs for the exports are waived to encourage African countries to export to the US. And of course, as many of you know, the Eswatini, they depend on textiles. And year after year, they did not meet the requirements of the ILO in terms of freedom of association and other labor rights, until it reached a point where the Americans triggered the clause in the AGOA, in the Act, which said that, the beneficiaries of the AGOA had to comply with ILO basic labor rights. And that was an indirect way of impact. Of course, you can talk about whether this was a direct impact of the ILO as such, but the fact that the Americans, for their own purposes, this is international trade we are talking about, saw it fit to link it to the ILO, sort of increased the impact of the ILO. And when Dr. Johnny and I went, of course, the government ate out of Dr. Johnny's hands. I mean, he's just amazing. You've got to see him in action. And I think Director Mrojane, when he retires, I think you better give him a place of honor as a CCMA Senior Commissioner. It's just amazing. And our problem was not so much with the government, because the government now, I think, where it had reached home, it was hurting. They had been suspended, more or less, sort of no access to the biggest market. In fact, the only market for their textiles, which incidentally were produced by Taiwan companies. They still are. And that concentrated their minds. In fact, we had more problems in convincing the American ambassador that they would adhere to ILO kind of labor rights requirements. And that, to my mind, was probably the best impact you can think of in Africa, other than South Africa. And regrettably, of course, as you know, the situation is not as it were. But my sense is that I think is, a question of governance rather than sort of workplace, as it were, workplace kind of problems. But it also emphasizes the link between labor rights, freedom of association, and democracy. That where you have freedom of association in the workplace, somehow it's linked to democracy. It's linked to the struggle for democracy, and that has been the pattern. So, in terms of impact, the impact has been there, and it continues to be there. And whether, in fact, that impact is going to continue, I think it will. It will, for the simple reason that the issues of labor rights are human rights. The issues of enterprise, equality, and social well-being these are at the center of human existence. Now, what has been the sort of the global spread of the complaints and freedom of association complaints? I don't know whether you would go to the, please, if you could help me go to the slides that show the spread. What slides are those? Can you find them? Please. I mean, my inability is coming home to roost. The global spread, as I said, if you look at, I think it's the figure 5. Are you able to find it for me, please? Yeah, that's more or less measures the global spread. It's uneven, as I said, with the Latin America having the biggest. Further up, please. Another slide, if you can just, I will not sort of specifically talk to the slides as such, but you will see that the spread is in terms of the increasing complaints presented before the CCFA tend to be to be going down, but Latin America is still having the biggest share there. Can we there's the close link, and phew, I'm sorry we are not. I wish I were able. My apologies, Madam Program Director and fellow participants. I wish I were able to sort of to scroll through these slides for you. But believe it or not, you have got no idea. I'm completely unreconstructed BBC, born before computers. It frightens me. Technology like this simply frightens me. So that's why I'm all over the place, trying to make sense of what to share with you. Anyway, what it means, those slides will show that the spread, the global and regional spread is mostly Latin America, that the nature of complaints is also varied in terms of whether these are particular complaints or not. So you have here the spread now is being shown by region, and compared to Latin America, Africa there we see is only 403, sort of, and the total over the years is 3,366, and you've got this sort of again, a pattern. Figure 2 shows the spread in terms of region since 1951 and so forth. I don't know whether you can go to the next slide, please.
Apologies to interrupt, Prof. We've got 5 minutes left.
5 minutes left.
Thank you.
Anyway, in terms of, I'll leave it at that in terms of the spread. The message I wanted to share with you, principally, is that first, the impact of freedom of association has been profound and continues to be so. However, with the challenges now that remain is that the world of work has changed. You have increasing problems of inequality and poverty. You have now, and thanks to COVID, sort of even further worsening of the
Apologies. It seems that we cannot get Prof. Kalula back online. Just an indication, are we winning? 2 minutes, what's that?
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Prof, are you back? Prof. Kalula, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry.
Apologies for that. We had load shedding.
Oh dear.
You may conclude.
Yes, I was saying that in conclusion, Madam Director, what the past years since the Committee on Freedom of Association was established shows that the freedom of association is an important kind of tool in social dialogue. And then it has got links with the wider kind of democratic aspirations of our countries, members of the ILO. But it is operating in a changed environment where the landscape in terms of the form of employment is changing, where in fact we are confronted, by increasing poverty and inequality, which, as we know, COVID has heightened. But not all is lost. That we need, as societies, as a world community, to rediscover those values that not only enhance the human spirit in terms of solidarity, in terms of having to through social dialogue arrive at possible solutions, but also to ensure that everything that we do in the fourth industrial revolution revolves around the well-being of humans. That, in other ways, that innovation should be used to advance human well-being and social justice. And that said, the CCMA, to pay homage again to your work, you are central to this. Dispute resolution is nothing but social dialogue. And the freedom of association is the primer of that social dialogue. Thank you.
Professor Kalula, thank you so much for that very insightful presentation. And despite all your technical difficulties, you managed to get through your presentation. So well done on that too, Professor Kalula. Due to the technical challenges that we are experiencing, regrettably, we are not able to take any questions and answers at this stage, but we would like to thank you, Professor Kalula, for availing yourself and making the time to deliver the presentation.
Thank you very much. The gratitude is mine. Thank you. I'm sorry I fumbled. I'm in back room.
No problem at all. No, thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you. All right. Daddy. right. Okay, so our next plenary is by Dr. Joni Musabayana, the director from the ILO Pretoria office, and he'll be taking us through an international comparative analysis of the South African dispute resolution framework, successes, gaps, and recommendations for the future. Okay. Dr. Musabayana has a doctorate in business leadership from the UNISA School of Business Leadership, a master's in business administration, and BSc specializing in political science and public administration from the University of Zimbabwe. He also has a diploma in training management and another in computer programming. He has worked for the Zimbabwe Ministry of Higher Education, the Employers Confederation of Zimbabwe, and the International Labour Organization based in Harare, Geneva, Addis Ababa, and now based in the ILO office in Tshwane, where he is the director of the Tshwane-based Decent Work Team that serves 18 countries in the Eastern and Southern Africa. He's also the director of the country office, politically, administratively, covering Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, and South Africa. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Joni Musabayana. Thank you so much. Apologies, Mr. Mandora. I didn't keep up with the discussions due to the break. Apologies for that. You're most welcome.
It's okay, madam. Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, distinguished delegates. I have to indicate that my name is not Joni Musabayana. I am Dimpo Mandoro, yes. I do work with Joni as a social dialogue and a labor administration specialist. He is on his way, but out of real courtesy, we can't make you wait until he comes. There's something that happened to him. So he has agreed that I can start the presentation and he will join us. As the program director has indicated, the topic is on international comparative analysis of dispute, South African dispute framework. Now, when we discussed this topic with my colleagues in Geneva, we found out that in order to be politically correct and be objective, we, as an organization now, we do not have clear indicators to undertake a comparative analysis between institutions of different countries. That is the first issue. While we may have elements of what an effective dispute prevention and resolution system should look like, effectiveness, issues of access, issues of the range of services provided, impartiality, and so on and so forth. But if we are now to measure those comparatively, we don't have those indicators. So we would have a situation whereby we could be, as an organization, be accused of favoring certain systems over the other, and that becoming, being seen to be lacking a certain element of objectivity. So we thought that the best way, where we have data now, due to the survey that we recently conducted, was on how dispute resolution mechanisms were able to respond to the challenges that we recently faced under COVID-19. There we undertook a survey where we used similar standards of assessment, and then we can comfortably then be able to stand before you without fear that we are for or for that institution. I hope that, and I did communicate this with colleagues in the CCMA, and then we were all agreed that we will narrow our presentation to this comparative analysis regarding responses to COVID-19. Okay, thank you very much. Now, very briefly, the background and the introduction to the topic, the structure. Now the survey now, it will be the structure of labor by dispute resolution institutions. How were they able to respond during COVID-19? Were there been any impact on changes on procedure? And now, how did the CCMA, how did the CCMA itself cope and I think I have to indicate upfront that CCMA is one of the institutions which was quite very innovative in its reform process during the COVID-19, and then some very few things that we will suggest on the way forward. Okay, now, I think Professor Kalula, I think, talked about the Centenary Declaration on the Future of Work, which has placed an emphasis on investment in institutions of work, which include the CCMA. We also have the resolution, the recommendation 205 on employment and decent work for peace and resilience, which also talks about the need for crisis responses to be done in a manner that includes development of capacities of governments and institutions of work. Now, okay, the survey that we undertook, it had a broader coverage with I think all the continents of the world having been approached. It also assessed both judicial and non-judicial institutions, covering both collective and individual disputes. And then also it includes the issues of what were the changes that were there during the pandemic, issues of procedures and practices, and it was divided in those 4 sections, whether there was a change in the structure, how was the distribution of disputes in the process, and what impact did those have on the procedures, and then in terms of the practice, what happened. 113 institutions were surveyed, and then they responded, together from 82 countries. And as I did indicate, it was primarily the 2 types of disputes, but also it went beyond that to include academics, researchers, lawyers, practitioners in the field, both conciliators and arbitrators, and then other ministries like justice, which have got an interest in the matter. Okay, this is how the breakdown of the responses. From disputes resolution institutions, we had about 42%, courts 20%, and the rest. Unfortunately for Africa and the Arab states, there was certain limitations, but South Africa, Lesotho, some other countries like Senegal, they also participated, but we did not have a sufficient response from our counterparts here in Africa. Now, these are the results. The results are such that during the pandemic, contrary to the common thinking, most institutions remained open to serve, either partially or entirely fully, which was a very good way of handling it, because as we will see, in some continents, including ours, with the information that we had, there was a tremendous rise, except in South Africa. There was a tremendous rise in terms of the disputes that were reported. Of course, and then another innovation which accompanied this partial or wholesale operation was the introduction of IT online tools. But unfortunately, and I'm sure you will agree with me that probably that could have also been a situation in South Africa, these were not always accessible to everybody. And this is one of the issues that we are going to touch upon going way forward in our presentation. And also, this, because of some of these restrictions, this has now had an impact on the length of trials or dispute resolutions. Either staffs at some point in time had to come maybe once a week or twice a week, and there were many part heads, and that prolonged the length of the processes. Now, in most cases, there were not many changes, at least in Africa and Europe, there were not many changes in the type of personnel or the facilities which were afforded to this. While in others, there was an increase in terms of shifting some people from certain functions to come and address the increase in the backlogs of cases. But generally, there was an increase in the number of the use of virtual and online tools. Disputes did, in some cases, increase, while in some cases they remained different. So far as non-judicial institutions were concerned, there was an element of stabilization, for example, but in Africa and America, we saw an increase in the volume of disputes. But like I said, from the information that we had in South Africa, actually there was a slight decrease. Now, on the issues of impact on procedures, in some jurisdictions, other than the use of online tools, the actual procedures remained the same. Whereas in other institutions, there were certain changes. But what was notable, which I've already indicated, is that while there was an increase in the use of ITs, but in some cases, especially in Africa, we were not doing well because of lack of public investment and lack of infrastructure and lack of technological tools, specifically for workers, on the side of workers and their representatives. Okay, procedures. Some remained the same, but in other countries, there were new innovative ways. For example, in judiciary institutions, it was now mandatory that before a case could, even the ones which were not, even though that was not mandatory before COVID, they introduced compulsory mediation processes or court-annexed mediation processes within the courts, so as to try and make sure that there was an improvement or an enhancement of issues regarding issues dealing with COVID-19. And then there were also issues of shifting of burdens of proof. And certain times, you who is alleging something, you have to prove. But with COVID, you just make an allegation and the burden would shift to the employer that, say, for example, the dispute or the dismissal was really not because of discrimination relating to COVID. Okay, now enforcement procedures, which is also another issue that I think is a source of concern for the CCMA in South Africa. In some countries, like Brazil, I think this is one of the most fascinating examples that we're able to come across, whereby the Reserve Bank or the central bank organized the banks and had an online process, whereby, say, if an employer, an award has been meted out on an employer for them to pay, for example, or there has to be an attachment of property, the Reserve Bank would, with that online system, it will automatically facilitate the taking of money away from the account of that employer. If ever it had to do with attachment of property, it also meant that the notary offices will also be notified and to facilitate the process. That in itself tremendously increased on the issue of enforcement of the awards. These are just the highlights or the regional highlights of summarizing all what I have said to indicate what happened in Australia, what happened in Brazil and China, and then so on and so forth. I think this I can skip because I've already indicated. Now the CCMA, how did we fare? I have to indicate really that CCMA, even us as the ILO, we are very proud at the cost of being accused of not serving others fairly, but I think the CCMA was quite very innovative through the Director's Directive, which provided quite a lot of new procedures that had to be followed, issues of limiting of visitation, referral through using online platforms, venues outside of the office of the CCMA, and then also the issue of prioritization of some interest disputes and those in public interest, and so on and so forth. But now, where the issue really is are only two issues, like I did indicate, where we are inviting your attention to look into this. Some of them may not be of your own making, but it may not do harm to think about it. The issue of the digital divide between the rural and the urban areas, the haves and the have-nots. Yes, in the directives, the commissioner could, as one of the considerations, look into this disparity and decide whether to continue on online hearings or physical ones. But because at times people were under lockdown, you could not be able to make a good assessment of that digital divide. So this issue may need to be looked into. And this one of simplification and expediting of enforcement procedures. It is one of the concerns that even before COVID, it has always been a concern. So we really would suggest that going forward, let the CCMA look into this. Now, finally, the final conclusions. Yes, There might have been the pandemic with some increase somehow of the cases, while some they remained stable. But where we as Africa, we are having a problem is on the issue of technological improvements. 70% of institutions in Africa have not applied any technological improvements, despite the fact that the world is moving towards digitalization. We still have a very low usage of mediation and conciliation in judicial institutions, which make our courts to be inundated with disputes, which, as you heard yesterday from the Judge President, some of them can even go up to 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. And that really is not in line with proper access to justice. And also the issue of enforcement procedures need to be looked into. I think this is what my director would have liked to share with you, and I thank you very much for your kind attention.
All right, we're going to take a few questions, and if we can ask the team just to circulate the roving mics. Can I get an indication of hands? And if there are any questions online as well? No questions online? Any hands? Okay, if there's a hand in front, Mr. Lukele.
Thank you very much, Johnny. I think very well done. I just worry sometime when we listen to the JP yesterday. I think it's a shout for help. We have been talking about this for quite a while, and if the institution of the CCMA is what brings cases to the labor court, and we're just at around 200,000 as we speak. We can't all just sit and say, oh, hopefully a miracle will come through. And I know the ILO has assisted us in the thinking. I mean, the team that came up there on the CCMA, that type of thinking. What do we need to do with the cases as they arrive at the labor court? What can we do to make it more speedy? What can we do to still dispense justice, but at a far better speed? Because then it means something is not right. I'm not putting this on your shoulders as if this is South Africa in 1994. South Africa itself is capable, but the thinking between all of us is so vital on this, both on how do we put the right amount of skill, and how do you use technology? You've just referred to technology as a way of reaching out and solving sooner. I think if you have any thoughts, that would be very welcome, but it's time that we think about it more seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lukele. I'm just checking one last time. Any additional questions, hands? Not? Oh, there's one that side. From the NSC.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Mr. Mandoro, in South Africa, we are quite struggling with enforcement or execution of decisions made by the CCMA. And I've heard you touching on it in terms of central bank assisting. If you could please elaborate a bit on that, because as things stand, even parties that have settled disputes would at times refuse to comply, and we have to now use our resources to force them to comply on things that they've made the choices. If you could assist us. But the last thing the issue of inequality in terms of online resources, because you've said about 70% of the African states are not quite making progress. Are there any recommendations probably from the ILO committees in terms of this issue to try and speed up these member states to move at speed in terms of, you know, addressing this issue of inequality? Thank you.
Okay, one more or one last question? Not? All right. Back to you then, Mr. Mandora.
Thank you very much, Madam Program Director. The issue of the courts is quite a very worrying phenomenon globally, not only here in South Africa. In fact, it can even be worse in other countries, whereby you find that in the whole country there might be only one or two judges of a labor court, and they have to deal with, here maybe there are quite a number of judges, and they are somehow relatively resourced, so the problem may not be as much as it is compared to other countries, but it is still a problem. What other countries, especially in East Africa, what they have done probably is because they don't have institutions like the CCMA. They have taken it upon themselves to have court-annexed mediation and arbitration within the court. So now the question would be, will that model work here in South Africa? If we have highly skilled commissioners in the CCMA who would have facilitated the process of conciliation and arbitration, can the court have the time to repeat the same process? Maybe it is a debate that we may have to get into, but I think there will be, I'm inclined to think that there might be some who would argue that that will be a duplication of processes, and really it's not necessary. But anyway, I leave to the country to decide. But this is what other countries are doing. On the issue of enforcement of awards, I did indicate that this was one of the innovations that was observed in Brazil. The central bank, together with the banks, they came together, and then an online platform was created, so that whether it is at the level of the CCMA like institution or at the level of an industrial court, if an award or a judgment has been issued against a certain employer and the employer is not complying, you just simply go there, and as Reserve Bank, they will facilitate that. If it involves money, the money will be taken directly from their account. It will be easier to enforce that way. You don't have to have another lengthy process. Or if it's a question of attachment of a property for it to be sold, then the notary public, where the properties have been registered, they are also already connected, and then they can facilitate the process of the attachment and the disposal of that property. Well, I don't know also, we have different legal jurisdictions and legal practices. I don't know whether here in South Africa, knowing us to be a highly constitutional society, I don't know whether some of those can happen. The issue of inequalities in terms of access to IT platforms, this is a developmental issue, really. Infrastructure, starting from infrastructure, how widespread is our infrastructure throughout the country? Or how can we even simplify it by, say, for example, allowing the use of things like cell phone? We are already in other countries transferring money through cell phones and stuff like that. Maybe it's a question of us also thinking outside the box, not to go to highly sophisticated things, but using the very same limited ones that we can have, but to achieve more or less the similar ends. So I think I'm not an IT person, but I guess that our young people who are IT people can be able to address this. But really, in terms of investment in technological infrastructure, we are quite way behind in Africa than people in other regions. The solution is just let's look at what is possible within our limited means and be innovative. Thank you very much.
Okay, there's one last question. Can I have a mic on this side? second row.
Thank you, Program Director, colleagues, and all who's here. I think mine is just a contribution. I mean, I'm asking maybe a question, firstly, to the ILO. Is ILO toothless institution? Because if the role of labor legislation is to give effect to the Constitution, and obviously as a constitutional democracy, we have signed the ILO Convention, and if the Labor Court cannot execute its mandate because there is no proper investment, isn't it then a violation of what is expected? Because it's not a question of skills, it's a question of capacity and resolution, I think, from those who have signed these conventions to invest in the Labor Court to make sure that the Labor Court is functional. But also, the success of CCMA, I think, is also a problem that it caused the problem that the Labor Court is experiencing. Because obviously, everyone knows that if you have a problem, from a domestic worker to anyone, if you have a problem, you know, you can go to the CCMA. And I was looking at the ratio between the commissioners and the judges of the Labor Court. I mean, you have almost 1,000 commissioners as opposed to less than 15 judges at the Labor Court. There's no way that system can be sustainable. So, I mean, my JP yesterday made it very clear that that system is collapsing. And there's no resolution from the government to intervene. So I'm saying maybe the ILO must look at compliance. If the Labor Court fails its constitutional mandate, statutory mandate, isn't it the country failing as well in terms of its obligation, in terms of the ILO Convention? And then maybe my comment in terms of self-help, we call it self-help in South Africa. There is no way when you are in a constitutional democracy then the central bank can go and attach somebody's account without giving them an Audi. So it's not going to work in South Africa. A company would want to be heard. You've created a system that they can review, a system that they can appeal up until the apex court. So even if there is an employee who's successful at the CCMA, the employer has a right then to challenge up until the apex court. So there is no way then that you can have a garnishi order kind of interventions in a constitutional democracy. It's not going to work. And I don't want then commissioners to be excited and think that can be happening. It's not going to happen in our country. On a lighter note.
I hope, Mandoro, you don't feel why you took Johnny's presentation. But it's okay.
There's a hand from PSC Ngongwa on this side.
No, thanks. I think in the past 2 days, I think as Mr. Lukele has indicated, there's a gap between what's happening at the CCMA and the cases that are referred to the Labour Court. And what I'm hearing is, and what I heard the Judge President saying is that there seems to be a situation where some of our CCMA awards are being treated as advisory awards per se, in that they're advisory in that the employer just refuses to comply. So what I'm finding now is, insofar as an arbitration award, for example, where a commissioner has awarded reinstatement or compensation, I'm of the view that there needs to be another step between the CCMA and the Labour Court, which would be used then to mediate whatever outcome has been said, in the sense that if the Labour Court receives a case, they should be able to screen and identify that, look, insofar as what has been awarded is reasonable, and insofar as these papers are concerned, there are some critical issues that are arising from same. So instead of wasting 2 years, 3 years and putting this case on the system, how about we have an independent mediating commission that then mediates between the parties to say, which part of this award do you find to be unreasonable? And having said that, how would you like to resolve the dispute per se? And because you find some issues are principal matters and they just need some sort of conversation between the parties. What we can't have is the same CCMA commissioners mediating their own awards. And I think if we can find a space for that, for the screening of those reviews, for the screening of what the actual issue is, and then having that mediation process, obviously not to stop parties from reviewing cases if they want, but just to get a voice in there before the matter is actually heard. I think we would achieve great progress if we were to do that. I'm not sure how the ILO would feel about such an intervention. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judge Nkuta and PC Ngongo. I'm going to give over to Mr. Mandoro.
Thank you very much, Madam Program Director. The first question is the ILO a toothless organization? I think it's just that Professor Kalula, his presentation was interrupted by the power cut, but he had, at the time when he was requested to wind up, he had already indicated that the ILO has got, at least he was saying that in the context of freedom of association, the ILO has in place certain supervisory mechanisms, which are the ones which assesses the extent to which a country complies with its obligations as per the ratified conventions. Now, in that context, the ILO is not necessarily a toothless body. It's not like a Security Council which can order a country to be invaded, yes, but through the comments of this committee of experts on the application of conventions and recommendations, which is the one which goes through reports which talks about implementation of standards. It is in that process whereby the ILO has that persuasive and high moral ground which most countries do not take lightly. You remember Professor Kalula did make an example about Eswatini, where he had to go there with the ILO director because the American government had decided to disengage or to remove Eswatini from the AGOA trade benefits. All that process started from the ILO discussions. So the reports of these committees have a very highly persuasive and a moral weight, which is used in other processes. So the answer is that the ILO is not necessarily a toothless organization. But so far as issues of dispute prevention and resolution are concerned, we do not have a convention so far. We only have a recommendation on voluntary conciliation and arbitration. There's no convention, there is no binding instrument. I think that is why it has taken the organization this time to come up with a scientific indicators of performance which can be used across the board, because we don't have a definitive standard. It's only now that the organization is in the process of, first of all, pushing towards adoption of a fully fledged convention on dispute prevention and resolution, which can then lead towards systems being in place to assess the effectiveness of the implementation mechanisms. The one on whether what will work in South Africa, what will not in South Africa, I do not want to get into that. It is an experience of another country. And if within the constitutional principles of South Africa that is permissible, we can have a look at that. But the last speaker talked about the need to have a certain layer between the CCMA and the Labour Court. I think it would still be the very same process of court annexed conciliation, stroke mediation, or whatever you may want to call it, whereby if it is seen that no, this process can still be, despite the CCMA having concluded its work, if ever there is observed that there is still room for further refining of the process and the refining of the award or whatever, that process should be allowed to continue. I think this is what other countries actually do. You go to Uganda, you have court annexed mediation, you have go to Malawi, they do have it. But what I was saying is that probably we'll have to think about it so that some people should not think that that will be a repetition of what the CCMA will have already done. Because in other countries, The lower levels dispute resolution mechanisms are a little bit shaky, so probably that is why the judges have taken into account themselves to introduce this, but probably in South Africa it may be seen otherwise. But I think for us, it would still be serving the same purpose, because at the end of the day, we want to reduce unnecessary backlogs at the courts, but at the same time make sure that justice is meted out to the disputants. Thank you very much. I think, Madam, thank you so much for your kind attention. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dimple Mandoro, and once again for standing in for Dr. Johnny. Tell him there's a couple of questions that he needs to come and answer. Colleagues, I know that there was a couple of other hands, but we are trying to stick as far as possible to our time on the program. And that being said, it's now time for tea. According to my time, it is about 25 to 11. If I can ask that everybody be back in the venue, seated at 11 o'clock. Enjoy a tea. You may, of course. All right, are we all back in the venue? Can we take our seats? While we are waiting for everyone to settle down, you will note on your table, on your desk in front of you, the team has circulated a survey or a feedback assessment. As you're sitting and listening to some of the presentations and the speakers' addresses, please take the time to complete the evaluation form, and you can leave it on the desk. The team will collect it a little bit later. Also, the presentations that have been shared, the PowerPoint presentations, we did indicate yesterday that those will be made available to delegates after the conference has ended. So look out for that as well. But then moving swiftly along onto our program, our next plenary is the New Market Realities Post-COVID-19 Operating Environment, Emerging Issues on Flexible and Remote Working and Contracting in the New World of Work. Professor Bonang Bahale, President of Business Unity South Africa and Chancellor of the University of Free State. He's a professor in practice in the Johannesburg Business School, College of Business and Economics, and the chairman of the Bidvest Group Limited, SBV Services, and ArcelorMittal. He's a member of the community of chairpersons of the World Economic Forum and an author of best-selling books, Life as You Rise and Behold the Turtle, which were launched in November 2018 and 2021, respectively. He is a highly respected South African businessman who is known for his patriotism and his active role in seeking to advance the country's interests. Can you help me welcome Professor Bonang Mohale?
It's a blessing. Bommele bontate dumelang sanbonane absheni. Ha ke qale ka ho le ananela le ho leboha hore le phile nako hore re tlo tla re homohomo kaofela hoseng ha kajeno. Ke be ke ise tlhompho e tibileng ho motlotlei ra Basotho Morana Mohato Litsie wa boraro setlohotlolwana sa Pete le Magabane sa Mokgatjhane le Poqo sa Rahakadi le Beula yena beotseng Ramona Henditedu a di re shweshwe ka lehare. Ladies and gentlemen, the CCMA is an important institution for us at this time in this country when so many of us dare to hope that joy and peace will prevail. Why? Or askies. So I must put it like this. Wa sukudis. Ilukile haleje. I just wanted to say it's also important that we are having this conversation this morning when most of us coming here felt the full impact of load shedding. When the rolling blackouts happened for the first time in February of 2008, 14 and a half years later, we have not managed to solve this load shedding. And I think it's about time that we call it what it is, blackouts. Because each time we get to stage 4 load shedding, this economy gets devastated to the tune of, on average, up to 3 billion a day, every day. When it goes to stage 6, that number jumps up to 4 billion a day, every day. Between stages, it's a 500 million rand cost. Over a year, we wipe off an entire percentage point from our GDP. In the last 10 years, our GDP growth has been on average about 2%, so half of that we give away because of our inability to provide this notion of a stable, reliable, and predictable energy supply, not just our obsession with Eskom. Therefore, we should take energy from whence it comes. Let me also hasten to add that the value, the utility, is in the dialogue that we are going to have after I've shared maybe just a few thoughts or so. But it's also important to acknowledge that, South Africa has always been helped by global events. At the moment, in the interest of time, out of 10 global risks, let me just share with you 3. 1, it's this unprovoked, unwarranted, and therefore unjustified Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I'm choosing my words very carefully. I didn't refer to it as the Russo-Ukraine conflict because it's not a conflict. There's an aggressor and a poor victim. The second challenge is, of course, the pandemic that blindsided all of us. Even though this is the 6th pandemic that we are confronted with, this 1-in-100-year event, the last one being in February of 1918, that only ended in April of 1920, took 2 years, came in 4 waves. The second wave killed more people than the first. This pandemic killed more people than the First World War itself that killed 17 million people. It killed 20 million people. So you could see that in terms of its depth and width, it is quite significant. The last one, of course, is climate change. Because of the intersectionality of these 3, because of their confluence, we now find ourselves in the midst of hyperinflation, where inflation is the single, both systemic and systematic risk. But also we saw an energy crisis in the 27 EU members, precipitated by the escalating prices of both liquid fuels but also gas. Energy crisis because the world has not been able to replace the 25% that is Russia's contribution to the global energy supply. But we have also seen the price of even cooking oil and olive oil go up 33% in the first 6 months of this conflict, because 30% of the global grain happened to come from these 2 countries. Even though Africa has 60% of the global arable land, 28 of the 55 African countries, 54 of them absolutely sovereign, are net importers of grain. But we have also seen just general global mayhem, where the prudential authorities and the central banks on average have increased their interest rates by at least 1 percentage point. Yesterday, ours also increased by 75 basis points, taking us north of 9.5%. increasing the cost of borrowing for government, for businesses, but for you and I, when we service our bonds and we repay our cars, rendering us poorer today compared to the same period last year. Maybe just one-liner on Africa, this God's own continent. You see, Africa is not a poor continent, just poorly managed. Because almost every single solitary one of the minerals that the world needs, it's found in this continent, not in number 22 and 25, but number 1 and number 2. And yet when we talk about poverty, 28 years into democracy, poverty still has primarily a black and feminine face. When we talk about the dark continent, of the 1.4 billion people, of the 7.5 billion people in the world, 748 million of them are found in this continent. Even though we have more than 300 days of sunshine like this, the World Authority on Solar Energy is Germany, with no more than 90 days of sunshine. 3 of the biggest, mightiest rivers are found in this continent, including the mighty Zambezi that pummels at Musiwatunya at 538,000 cubic meters per second, enough to generate hydroelectricity for all 1.3 billion of us, 55 countries that speak more than 3,000 languages, with a continental GDP of the formal economy only, which is only 40% of economic activity, of $3.42 trillion US. The one line about Africa is that Africa is rapidly running out of food, fuel, and finance. Here at home, we're also not immune from these global events. When again, in the interest of time, let me just highlight 3 of the ones that are keeping us awake at night. Number 1, I think it's youth unemployment. At 74.9%, I'm amongst friends, so let's round it off to 75%. When you have young people of military age sitting at home twiddling their thumbs with nothing to do, not only are we inviting trouble, but we are actively asking for it. So the events of the 2 weeks in July, when we took a measurement on the 19th of July of a failed insurrection and rampant looting, are going to happen again and again and again, until you and I are absolutely purposeful, deliberate, conscious in ensuring that we address this number 1 risk, youth unemployment. Because those 2 weeks in July saw more than 200 malls being destroyed, 400,000 small and medium enterprises being absolutely decimated, because 90% of the tenants in any mall are SMEs. The big retail chains are no more than 10%. We also saw 11 factories, 8 warehouses being burned. Not even the blood bank was spared this mayhem. When people were looking for the under-counter fridges, they spilled the blood on the floor just to get their dirty hands onto this, knowing fully well that when they leave the door, that they themselves might be hit by a rubber bullet and they themselves might need this blood O type for their own transfusion. But at that time, they didn't care. 1,400 ATMs destroyed. We stole 120 million rand. Not even a container in Prospecton in KwaZulu-Natal, where 1.5 million rounds of ammunition were stolen. And we know that these are going to find their way in cash in transit heists later on in the rest of the country, where people who pull these jobs have an 80% chance of getting away with it, which is 1,346 times better than the lotto. The second challenge that we are confronted with, I think, is lack of energy as a fourth means of production, when the first means of production is land. The last one, I think, is jobs. We need to create jobs in scale to have both an outsized and oversized impact, so that our people can reclaim their self-worth and their self-respect, because there is no nobility in being poor. So when people who call themselves our leaders tell us that we've got a triple challenge, I think if you do the math, you'll realize that actually our challenge is only one. It's this stubbornly high levels of unemployment that then lead to increasing levels of poverty and increasing levels of inequality. If you frame it that way, you address unemployment, you address the other two. You don't have to find solutions for the other two. So what needs to be done? Just before I end, so that we can take some question and answers. And again, without any degree of granularity, let me start by saying, I think number one, what we need to do, because it doesn't matter what we do, the impact, the size, the economies of size, scale, and scope of state capture are so massive that it doesn't matter what we do until and unless we root out and defeat state capture. It will be like swimming uphill or pushing a big boulder up the mountain. Because you see, during the first 5 years of state capture, we stole 1.5 trillion South African rands. That's 2/3 of what Edward Kieswetter collects from companies and you and I a year, every year on average. In the 9 wasted years, that's why we call them 9 wasted years, we estimate that we are siphoning off on average probably 200 billion a year, every year, just to the 2 Zupta families. So we have to root out and defeat state capture. So it was very encouraging when 3 weeks ago, Shamila Batoyi woke up and the NPA announced that 4 Transnet executives have been arrested. Better late than never. 10 years too late. Ntate Brian Molefe and Ntate Anoj Singh. Because this couple did such an embarrassingly good job in robbing and pillaging Transnet that they were promoted to go and do the same at Eskom. We had an amazing opportunity as a people with great natural endowments. We had the biggest order in the world to place 1,064 locomotives, just at Transnet. And we chose to give that order to China South Rail. Because you see, when you give it to somebody offshore, it is so easy to somewhere hide 500 million rand in an offshore account and you can access it later. Even though it is the law of the country called broad-based black economic empowerment and localization, but we didn't. Even though all the trains you see of metro rails are made by 2 companies from Brakpan, not far from here. One of them is called Union Carriage. We could have given it to them because they know how to make trains. We didn't. As a result of that, the BE deal that Score Metals was supposed to conclude with Anglo-American in the hope that they will have more beneficiated steel collapsed. Today, Score Metals is 1/10 of its size. And we're not even shocked when the then group CEO of Transnet went to the board and said for these 1,064 locomotives, it will cost a whopping 38 billion South African rands. The board said, how? They said, don't worry, it includes everything. And they threw in the kitchen sink. It included the time value of money and the foreign exchange. Barely 13 months later, they put in another whopping 16 billion rand to make a total cost of 54 billion. And you and I didn't even bat an eyelid. 16 billion. Imagine how many pit latrines would have eliminated. Imagine how many fire toilets. And yet we are not a poor country. We are a middle income country. 28 years into democracy, we haven't even eliminated this. But the real tragedy, you see, is because other countries, when they have an opportunity to place a big order, they don't do buying, they do what is called procurement. Yes, there is a difference. So the United Arab Emirates, Dubai and Qatar, they put an order for Airbus A380s. Because it was the biggest at that time, they got a 30% discount. With us, Transnet put their own order. Prasa, they did nothing. They created Shivambo and they stole 2.2 billion rands. And then at the last moment, they said people would ask us, where are the trains? They went to Spain, not to Union Carriage here. And they ordered locomotives that were too tall for our systems. They didn't combine with Transnet to place even a bigger order and command a bigger discount. No, they didn't even combine with Metro when they placed this, the same way that we continue to do today, the South African National Parks Board, when they are fighting the war against poaching, mostly against rhino horns. They go and buy helicopters alone. Then the military, the South African National Defence Force, go alone and they buy their own set of aircraft. SAA, this 85-year-old award-winning African airline, that is no more. Only 20% of it remains, and 10% of the flights are still there. They buy their own aircraft, independent of the military, independent of the South African National Park. But in SA itself, it's even more ridiculous, because then Mengu goes and puts their own order. And South African Express Airways does exactly the same thing. And as a result, with 1,064 locomotives, we paid 35% more. The difference between us and the UAE, the 7 Emirates, the delta is 65% that we didn't have to pay. So when we make them account, that's how much we should be looking for. Not for the 30% discount, not for the 35% that they overpaid, but for that delta. The second, I think, that we need to do as a people with great natural endowments is to complete the vaccine rollout. Because we haven't completed it yet. Remember, the president set us a herd immunity target of 67%. When you do the arithmetic, not mathematics, of 60.1 million South Africans, it said we need to inoculate 40 million people. He announced it in January, which meant had we started then, we ought to have been inoculating at a rate of 100,000 a day every day. Had we done that, it would have taken us 400 days or 13.3 months, which means we were planning, agitating, and orchestrating to finish only in 2022. So it is that when we retired the Disaster Management Act after 750 days of national lockdown, we had only fully vaccinated 30.3% of the population. Yes, the scientists tell us that probably more than 80% of us have been exposed to this virus and as a result have developed natural immunity. But my point is, we can't be known as a people, as a country that sets itself targets with the full intention of not achieving it. We did the same with NDP 2030. We left with 7 years. diagnosis of 11 things that need to be done, 9 things that ought to be implemented. Every expert tells us that we are unlikely to meet these 9 that we set for ourselves. It was General George Patton who reminds us that great wars are won by good execution, not great plans, because good execution will save even a mediocre plan. We're very good at making plans. RDP, when I ask 19-year-olds what's the RDP now, they think it's a house. And yet to me, that was the best plan we as a people have ever developed. Not because it was comprehensive, not because it was perfect, not because it was complete. It was the best because government signed off on it. Labor signed off on it. Business signed off on it. And civil society signed off on it. 3 years of implementation, we decided to stop it and introduce a new plan, growth, employment, and redistribution strategy, GEAR. When Minister Honorable Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka held the chair for a short while, she also gave us another plan called as GEAR. Then we had a 9-point plan. As we speak, we are talking with the President for the last 2 years about the economic reconstruction and redevelopment plan. Very good at plans. Our problem is doing, just the execution. The third thing that I think we need to also do is to reduce government debt. Because 2010, it was 84% debt to GDP ratio I'm talking about. Then it went to 93%. But you see, it excludes guarantees to the more than 740 state-owned enterprises and state-owned companies. If we include that, our debt to GDP is 110%. It's not the percentage in and of itself. It's the fact that actually we are bankrupt, because when you steal money, eventually it gets finished. So when we need something now, we have to reprioritize from other departments. With the national response to the pandemic, as business, we went to government and said, we have to get to the COVAX program. We have to get to the AU program. It will cost us 250 million rand to get onto the COVAX program. We'll pay the first tranche of 125 million rand, and when can you pay your second tranche? Government said we'll pay by the 15th of December. On the 28th of December, business had to pay the second tranche of the 125 million rand to get us on the COVAX program. So have mercy for this province called KwaZulu-Natal. Because at the moment, they seem to be in the vortex, in the eye of the storm, where it's when everything that can go wrong is going wrong. So the looting happened in KwaZulu-Natal. It wiped off 20 billion rand of that province's GDP. In Easter, when all of us were going to our churches, they had the KZN floods 1.0. Had they simply cleaned the stormwater drains, half of the water that became raging torrents of rivers in the streets would have found its ways in these overgrown, sand-filled stormwater drains. And we lost 354 people in just 8 days. By the time May came and we had KwaZulu-Natal floods 2.0, of course we had absolutely no capacity to protect our own people. The president announced R1 billion relief. As we speak, not 1 cent of that has been spent. Had it not been for you and businesses, the water that was urgently needed on the day, the clothes, the relief would not have been provided. So I'm making a case that if South Africa is going to work, it's because business will make it work. Because if we're going to wait for this ANC-led government, we're going to wait for a long time. It will be like waiting for Godot. Because it's very clear that this ANC-led government is incapable of self-correction. But business itself is not Lily White. As Zondo report number 1 demonstrated, out of 6 reports, 874 pages, 3 reports, cost R1 billion, 400 days of sitting. It called them by name, the businesses that aided and abetted state capture. So what is needed is a serious intervention to steer business back, because we can't speak of a just society when business is seen to be at the apex of injustice. It is incongruent. Of course, we also have to reduce the public sector wage bill, because we've got too many people in wrong jobs and few people in the jobs where we need them. We don't have enough teachers, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough first responders. But 2010 in ESCOM, because we spoke about ESCOM, that gave us 36 gigawatt of nameplate generation capacity with 17,000 people. We increased that number to 32,000 in 2010. During former President Gedleyihlekisa Jacob Zuma, that number went up to 48,000, 13,000 too many. And yet the generation capacity had dwindled by 17%. The price collection down by 14%. But the people went up by 33%. So you can see that the math doesn't add up. Before I take questions or comments, even violent disagreements, let me just end by saying, since when did we say 30% is an acceptable pass mark? Because when I grew up, 51% was a pass mark. Because we didn't want to get 50, just in case you are left behind. So one of the things we have to fix is our education system. Because look at how it manifests. Today, South Africa holds the world record for all the wrong reasons. And I'll come back to that in the dialogue. But inequality is widening. Racism is at an all-time high. Black graduates are roaming the streets hopelessly. Public education has collapsed. Public health care continues to fail the poor and the vulnerable. Crucial infrastructure is laying barren. And lawlessness has now become an epidemic. Education is important, because through education, not only can one transcend the social classes, be born in Alexander, an area of 6 square kilometers, 2 kilometers from the richest square mile called Bryanston in Africa, with the tallest building in the continent called the Leonardo. But after 25 years, it's possible that after hard work and application, an individual from there can afford to buy a house in the leafy suburbs of Bryanston, not because they won a tender, but because they've earned it, they deserve it, and they can afford it. Education matters, because you see, when one steadily burns the midnight oil, one gains access to the domain of knowledge and wisdom, the world of meaning, the world that cannot be conquered without a persistent crusade. I'll take questions and comments, if any. Otherwise, I'll go sit down and drink my coffee. Who wants to have the first step? It's a dialogue. Di means two. What's about SABC? They say I must come back to the podium. It's like I'm chained here. SABC, I love you. I'll stay here.
All right. Okay. I see a hand right at the back over there. 1. There's a hand on the side over here. 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's take 4 for now. The back first.
Dumelang ke a leboga, Prof. Thank you so much for that address. I always look forward to your engagements. Prof, I want to take you back to where you started, when you started your conversation this morning, when you said poverty still has a black and feminine face. And I'm thinking of this correlation between gender inequality in South Africa, in our community, in our economy, in our country. And I'm wondering, the poorest and most marginalized population of our country and our economy is still the black women in this country. And so together with youth unemployment, I think right there with youth unemployment is the marginalization of black women in this country. And I do have to say, colleagues joining today, that, you know, just having a browse at the program, for example, having sat through the program of social justice and equity, 25 years of social justice and equity, yet we've just heard from men at this conference. And so I'm wondering if this is also not a perpetuation of a continuing injustice and marginalization of a particular voice that is needed. And we all know the benefit and the role of women in critical leadership, in critical spaces of conversation, and in directing our country. So if even our gathering here today is also sending a very, very, I think, concerning message as well about the place, the role, and the situation of black women and women in the country. Thanks, Prof.
Is it my turn? Okay, so I think first of all, I'd love to know what's in your glasses there. How you remember figures like that is beyond me. So if there's any copy of your presentation somewhere, that would be fantastic. Yeah, hard copy. Another thing just that I feel might be, maybe it's more of a comment, is that it seems that government departments possibly, and I mean, I'm not being accusatory at all, but I feel like people are operating in different silos. So you'll have SARS in one section, UIF in another section, but SARS is taking and distributing the money for SDL and UIF, but then those departments sort of are not sure of what's going on and where there's allocations. There may be excess funding in certain sectors that we may be not utilizing properly. Another thing is, for example, when you speak about the youth unemployment, of course we've got the ETR, which was introduced, but it's been such a complicated factor to get anything out, and there's such a delay that employers are over it. You know, I'd rather just, if I employ youth, I won't bother about this ETR thing. So it'd just be interesting to see whether there couldn't be, or maybe there is a form and I'm just ignorant of it, where SARS, the Department of Labour, particularly UIF and employment equity, relating, and CETAs can sit together and try and strategize at a higher level, but making sure that when they bring it down to the base level, things are a little bit less complicated for people to actually engage in any of these services. And then, just in terms of a proactive side, I'm not sure if there's much incentive for people to create new businesses. I know that I've got a lot of clients who are ready to throw in the towel and go, I can't deal with this. I can't deal with all this protest action. I have 49 employees. All of a sudden, I've got one more employee. Now I've got a whole piece of legislation I need to comply with. Now I'm going to Labour Court and I'm getting fined 1.5 million. So I think maybe we need to look at incentivizing new business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Such a great honor to be in such great presence of knowledgeable people and skill and knowledge, most importantly, is by God's grace. I've got 3 questions actually that I would like to ask Prof. The first one would be, except concerning other factors where we have seen the educational departments trying to implement things to help our students, extra classes, extra teachers, they call them extra or assistant teachers or ATMs. We understand that at the end of the day, it was for our generation and our country. But as for educational sectors, what could be really implemented? Because I understand from long ago, I was not there, but concerning Zimbabweans, I know more about Zimbabwe, that they had an educational structure which enabled their people to give more I don't know what to say, but they were more liberal in doing their things. It was not only about knowledge, but also theory in terms of, that's why today we have more, I wouldn't say. Thank you. The second one, actually, it's an advice to youth. What can be an eye point? Where can we focus our youth? First of all, we know it's education, but it's still struggling. The education legislation, going, applying funds, especially in informal settlements, it's a hassle. So what can be really introduced into our educational structure concerning, especially for youth? For there is a say in Chinese that says, if you have a plan of a 1 year, plant rice. A plan of 10 years, plant trees. A plan of 100 years, teach children, educate children. So we understand that the future is in the hands of our youth. What can we put our youth focus on? Not drugs, not anything else, but what can we extend them to? The third one, actually, it's concerning businesses. We know that the businesses are such a vital thing when it comes to country, GDP, and other things. What implementations are there for businesses, especially for private businesses, in terms of developing young entrepreneurs, giving them access, giving them knowledge, giving them, upskilling them in not only in theory, but in a sense of practical, where maybe Mr. Prof will be with you somewhere in your business, somewhere, and be teaching me left and right. Thank you very much.
Tate Mahali, my previous employer, the Office of the President, gave me 50 days leave to go and teach a high school in Dobsonville. As I'm teaching these children accounting, I come across an exercise about checks. And it made me to think about this topic, which is the issues within. Are the youth that are employed trained to be better future managers within our educational structures? If so, they are just trained to survive. There is no hunger to lead and manage after they have qualified. The other issue was, are universities providing solutions in their educational programs to change this theory concept of qualification and put it into practice? If so, then we are still beyond 1994 and we haven't moved an inch. So you are wearing umbrellas of being a government person, a private person, in terms of business. Are the educational institutes willing to change the education in the country so that the youth that we are breeding can become better future leaders? Thank you.
Yeah, wow. So there's a piece around education in general, especially institutions of higher learning. There's a piece around youth and what we can do to make sure that we educate them better. There was also a piece around the desperate departments and therefore budgets in various departments. And then the first one was also an issue around gender equality. So let me take them in no particular order and combine where there are some commonalities. Let me start with the role of business in addressing gender equality and pay parity. And the role of business. You see, business does not need government's permission to address issues of gender equality. It can be that in the 21st century, we still pay women 75% of what we pay men for work of equal value. And yet we know that when you put a smartphone in the hands of a woman, not only does the nutrition, health, and education of their own children improve, but of the society and the community in which they come. So as business, we are saying to our members, you don't need a conference, you don't need an indaba or an imbizo. If you are a CEO worthy of your weight in salt, go to the human capital department and ask for a printout spreadsheet of how much we pay women versus men for work of equal value and put a plan in place, even if it takes us 100 years to close that gap. But let's put a plan in place. Business does not need government's permission to pay black SMEs in 30 days. At BUSA, Business Unity South Africa, it's an apex organization of other organizations, 67 organizations, not just individual companies. We're beginning to measure some of our members who pay their members black SMEs in 7 days. And we say to them, what we lose in potential and interest in 30 days, you more than make it up double in the BE points. Business does not need government's permission to make sure that they make South Africa to be broadly reflective of the demographics. This wonderful word called transformation, to transform. Women are 51% of 60.1 million South Africans. Their representation in positions of leadership, according to Meta Biakabinde, in the 21st report of the Employment Equity Commission, says women's positions of leadership is 24%, African women is 4%. It says black people collectively, even though they are 90% of the population, white people generally are 8.3% of the population, and 90%, but their representation position of has just improved from 14.3% to 14.7%. At this rate, it will take us 150 years to be broadly reflective of the demographics. So that's the role of business. But government also has a bigger role in ensuring that we close this gender inequality and pay parity gaps. In business, we talk about DEI, we used to call it D&I, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Not to have a diverse workforce is unacceptable, but to have one that is not inclusive, it's an outright sin. Because for me, diversity is being invited to a party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. This notion of belonging is bringing your own music and being allowed to play it. It's about feeling needed and wanted. It's about being free to speak your mind without any fear of retribution or reprisals, without worrying that it could be a career limiting move. Had government put women in the more than 740 SOEs and SOCs and allowed each of them to finish only 5 years without any political interference. 5 years. After 25 years, we are 28 years into democracy, we would be having 3,000 women with a demonstrable track record, so that when Kenya Airways or Ethiopian Airways is looking for their next CEO, they should be looking south to people like Sizagele Mzimel, who's now the CEO of Transnet Freight Rail, because she knows how to run airlines. But no, we didn't. We employed cadre deployment, which sounds innocent. You see, if the NC was giving us their best cadres, we'd leave them alone. But they're giving us absolutely their worst. That's why we must make it our problem. And we shouldn't allow it. Because this is much our country, as it is laborers, as it is civil society, as it is businesses, that these politicians actually work for us. And if we are not happy with them, we're going to exercise our God-given vote on the day in 2024. The day we internalize and believe that, the day we are going to say to ourselves, it must look different to break the cycle. Because it can't be 28 years into democracy that we are still crying wolf. So there's also this piece around must be jailed for life. But why do we need 16 ministries in the economic cluster? Why do we need 4 entities to promote tourism into the country? South African Tourism Business Council of South Africa, proudly 4. Why? At the time that we're running short of money. But you see, we like this madness as South Africans. The longest serving Minister of Finance, Trevor Manuel, put 18 commissioners in a room and said, come up with what's wrong with this country. They came up with NDP 2030. At the same time, we put 16 in another room with Minister Ibrahim Patel and said, come up with another economic plan. We called it the New Growth Path. And it rests on 4 legs. We said we must reindustrialize, beneficiate, localize, and the creation of black industrialists. Why? So a little bit about youth and education. You know, Zimbabwe used to be the bread basket of the continent. Had Mugabe, Gabriel left after 20 years. He would be a hero. He would be the Secretary General of the United Nations. Would be kissing the ground on which he walks. He stayed too long. He lost the plot, and his own people disowned him. But one thing we have to give to him is that after 10 years, Zimbabwe had an 83% literacy rate because they focused on education. They did that very well. And we see Zimbabweans everywhere, here in our economy, holding these spaces to make sure that our economy survives. Of the 5 mining companies, 4 of them have black CEOs, 3 of them are Zimbabweans, only 1 is Zambian. You go to the hospitality industry, especially in hotels, in restaurants, almost every single solitary one of the persons who's serving us happen to be of Zimbabwean extraction. Because our people think it's better to go to South African post office and queue for the whole day for 350 rand a month than to accept 4,000 rand as a helper for somebody else. Why did we embark on outcome-based education, which worked best in developed countries? We are a developing country. Why? Why did we see it fit to close teachers' training colleges, nursing training colleges, learnerships and internships? I was the MD of Otis Elevators at that time, 1996, 222 Marshall Street. Would take kids from the street. They didn't even have to have matric. Standard 8, that's they used to have, and would make them into lift mechanics in training for 4 years. On the 4th year, they would write their government ticket. We'll give them a 3,000 stipend a month every month. When they pass on Tuesday, on Friday, their salary went up 10,000. I'm talking about 1996. Those apprenticeship programs are all closed. And in merging them, you can see that there was no method. The University of Terfluop, we merged it with the University of Kwakwa in Putadichab, 460 kilometers apart. And yet the University of the Free State is 60 kilometers if you drive through the national park. I'm the Chancellor of the University of the Free State. And we had to go back to government to say, we are here, we can support them. We've got 7 faculties. On any graduation day, in the morning, probably 800 people that are graduated. 46 of them will be PhDs. In the afternoon, it will be 460 on average. 12 of them will be PhDs. It's 3 campuses. The one in Bloemfontein, there's the South Campus, and the one in Kwakwa. Ultimately, they agreed. Now it has 4 campuses. On our way towards 7 campuses. So that, you see, equality is not justice. There is nothing more unequal as treating 2 people who are unequal equally. I hope it made sense. So that's a piece around education in Zimbabwe. And if we don't pay attention to it, I think we'll be in trouble. As we speak now, 10 million young people are not in employment, education or training. I used to be the chairman of SAPREF, the biggest of the 5 refineries. Now only one of them is working. And I went to Mondlo, Nkandla, and Ngutu to talk to young people. And we're asking them, what do you want to be when you grow up? There were 68 of them in one room. We went with Minister Senzo Mchunu. And 24 of them said, when I finish, I'm going to stay at home. Because where they come from, there are black graduates that went to graduate and they're sitting at home and following the sun around their mud huts. Now staying at home has now become an option. What are we doing about institutions of higher learning and education? And I'll close on that. The rest we'll talk about it during lunchtime. You see, we have 26 public universities. I exclude the TVET colleges. TVET colleges, we spend 50 billion rand a year every year with a 3% pass rate. We've got 500,000 vacancies at any point in time on Sunday. You read them in the Sunday Times. But none of them say, we'll take somebody from a TVET college where they've got practical experience. So business need to address that. Because people who come from TVET college actually know how to do. I pay more for my plumber an hour on Sunday than for my cardiothoracic session. In Germany, they take you at standard 8 and they teach you to be a motor mechanic. The Germans build the best cars in the world. Volkswagen. Porsche, Audi, BMW, Mercedes-Benz. They just know how to fix cars. You don't need matric to be able to fix cars. If you have it, it helps. It's called vocational training. We've even left that. We used to have them in the townships called Ambach. Now we're launching a program about CIF, academic excellence. You know, when you go to graduate for the first time with your parents, you go into the Great Hall, you see the Great Hall for the first time. And it looks not only strange, but outrightly hostile. Nothing looks like you in that hall. Not the dresses we wear, not the rituals we perform. It doesn't look like you. We want to make it feel like home. This notion of an inclusive academic excellence, not lowering standards, increasing the standards. We want to have a social justice approach to education in how we measure this thing called merit. Because the more you look like me, the more merit I see in you. If you smoke the same pack of cigarette like I do, and you come from the same educational background as I do, I think you are more meritocracy. So for 128 years in Anglo-American Corporation, all their CEOs came from one institution. All of them. All of them followed the same path. The last would be to carry the chairman's bag, to test your confidentiality. If you pass, you became the CEO. The last one was Tony Trier, until they decided to break the cycle. And they gave us Cynthia Carroll. And Anglo was transformed. We also want to bring a contextualized academic freedom. Because you see where we come from. Ntate Mazambane is my driver. He's been my driver since 1996 when I was the MD of the world's biggest and oldest elevator company, Otis. But he's my elder. I don't bellow out instructions to him. I ask him. That's how we were brought up. We don't call our parents aunt and uncles both Stephen and John. We don't. Let me close by saying, you know, the pandemic has taught us many things. One of them is that when women can't go out to sea for whatever reason, they repair their nets. What are you and I doing to repair our nets, our significant relationships, significant others? To go to bed knowing what our grandparents have eaten, because if we are unsure, then we should get onto our bicycles and share the little that we have with them. Because sons learn by looking at the back of the head of their fathers. Therefore, we should model the behavior that we want for our children. GBV, it's men killing women. And yet we make the conversation about the victims when we should be talking about how are we bringing up these boys. Because if we said to them, treat every woman the same way that you would like your own sister to be treated, wouldn't it be different? You see, when a child is not embraced by his village, he will burn it down in order to feel its warmth.
Thank you, Prof. Mohale. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Food for thought, they say. Food for thought. Right. Our next plenary session takes us to looking at the lessons learned from COVID-19 pandemic with respect to the management of health conditions in the workplace. Professor Glenda Gray is the CEO President of the South African Medical Research Council. She is an NRF A1 rated scientist, CEO and President of the South African Medical Research Council. Prof. Gray is qualified pediatrician and the co-founder of internationally recognized perinatal HIV research unit in Soweto, South Africa. Prior to her appointment at the SAMRC, she was the executive director of the perinatal HIV research unit, an affiliate of the Witwatersrand University. Prof. Gray's global profile includes her role as a co-PI of the HIV Vaccine Trials Network, a transnational collaboration for the development of HIV/AIDS prevention vaccines. She's also the director of international programs for HVTN and a chairperson of the board of the Global Alliance for Chronic Diseases and a member of the Institute of Medicine of the National Academies, USA. Welcome, Prof. Gray.
So thank you very much. I have the slides. So thanks very much. I think we're going from sage and philosopher to clinician and doctor and scientist, and that's very scary. But one thing I can say is that HIV does cause AIDS, in case there's any confusion. So thank you very much. So I'm going to dive down a little bit deeper, but maybe I should start off with saying that I'm actually a product of social engineering. So I came from a poor white working class town in Boksburg, just around the corner near Isko, Dunswat, and went to a poor school where we didn't have a maths and science teacher. But because Wits University was doing an experiment and decided to increase their diversity of medical students and increase gender, I was lucky to be one of the experiments that went to university. And it was very difficult. So the first few years at Wits University, I didn't fit in. I wasn't rich, didn't have nice clothes, and I struggled to meet the academic gaps. And eventually, I got there. I saw the light, I got there, and now I'm better than any of them that were in my class. So I'm going to talk a little bit about COVID-19. First of all, obviously from a science and epidemiological and clinical point of view, then look at some of the factors that we saw that impacted on the lives of South Africans, and then to look a little bit more about the workplace and say some things about vaccination. So of course, when the COVID pandemic started, at a global level, there was this balance and this fight between prevention of loss of lives and preventing loss of livelihoods. And there was this big trade-off that at a global level, some countries or most countries followed, and other countries decided not to do this. But of course, when you balance preventing loss of lives and preventing livelihoods, there's a lot of fallout on both sides. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about the pandemic and who dies where. It's important to understand who was the face of people who died of COVID. Look at some of the workplace strategies, the impact on the healthcare worker, and what are the consequences? Did mitigation work in South Africa? And what about vaccinations? So I'm sure you all know these graphs. I think for 2 years, we sat glued to the television as we watched each wave happening. And we've had 5 waves in South Africa, and we're having a grumbling 6th wave at the moment. And these waves were caused by new variants of concern emerging that caused rapid increases in the number of cases that we saw in South Africa. As we speak now, this just shows you how the variants of concern in our country have changed, even over 3 months, even since June, where at that stage, Omicron, BA4 and BA5 predominated, then you saw BA5 increasing, and now the emergence of some new variants of concern. And as we go into this grumbling 6th wave, we're waiting to see what new variant of concern occurs. This is an important graph because it showed, because of the high exposure, the moderate amount of vaccinations that we had, and the high exposure to 1, 2, or 3 infections, that we saw a decoupling of the cases from hospitalizations and deaths. And South Africa paid a great price to see this. We paid a great price to see this decoupling. We lost a lot of lives in South Africa. And I'll show you this picture. So this is our excess deaths. So the Medical Research Council has been plotting excess deaths since the 70s. In fact, we were the ones that alerted the country that there was an HIV epidemic, and the ones that took Thabo and Becky on, saying young people are dying more than anywhere else in the world, and they're dying more than old people. And here you can see, during the COVID pandemic, you can see that our excess deaths increased at each surge. So in the beginning, when we started to publish our excess deaths, the government didn't believe us. They said, no, these are mathematical deaths. We're trying to discredit the pandemic. They hold us in front of the Command Council and told us to justify these deaths. And we said, these are death certificates. They're coming in from the death register. These aren't mathematical deaths. This is what deaths are happening. And eventually, they try to say, oh no, maybe your baseline is not right. And eventually, we managed to show that in fact the excess deaths in South Africa was much more than what we were seeing in terms of the notifiable deaths, and that COVID became the leading cause of death above HIV and TB in the last couple of years. So a very, very sad story, and a huge price that we had to pay for our hybrid immunity was the loss of life. Over 330,000 people dying due to COVID. So this, I think a very important thing when we look at who dies where is to understand who are the people that are susceptible to COVID. And here you can see that South Africa paid a huge price, as I mentioned before, that we probably had the 5th highest case fatality rate at a global level. And if you look at who dies where, you can see that the people were more likely to die in the Eastern Cape, twice as more likely to die than in the Western Cape, and in Gauteng, where we are, about 1.4 times more likely to die than in Western Cape. Obviously, as compared to the first wave, the Beta and the Delta wave, you were more likely to die from that. And you were more likely to die if you were in the public sector and not in the private sector. If you had a look at age group, you can see that if you're old, you were also 19 times more likely to die if you were over 60 and 35 times more likely to die if you were over 80. But even in our young groups, 40 to 59-year-old are economically active, 8.6 times more likely to die as compared to people who were under 20. Males were more likely to die than females, and if you were a black African, you were more likely to die as compared to white South Africans. If you had hypertension, diabetes, chronic diseases, malignancy, and TB and HIV, you were also more likely to die from COVID than if you didn't. Just looking at the Western Cape, you can see this also just shows you the age rate. So this was a microcosm of what we're seeing at the country level. Again, age, chronic diseases, tuberculosis, and HIV, big predictors of death in our country. So what about workplace strategies, and how do we take this into account when we look at workplace strategies? So look, obviously for a workplace, whether you're in a hospital or in a factory floor, the most important thing is obviously to reduce the risk of exposure in the workplace, and also to classify your risk of exposure. So especially in the healthcare sector, that's obviously a high risk area, but also areas that are poorly ventilated, overcrowded, are also important issues to take into account. And we also have to look at the interplay between the virus. So yeah, we had TB in the past, HIV, and yeah, we had a pathogen like SARS-CoV-2 that could be transmitted. We had airborne transmission. It is important to understand the environment in which the pathogen interacts, as well as the host, which is us, whether we had diabetes, HIV, or TB. Remembering that 8 million people in our country are HIV infected, and only half of them are on antiretrovirals. A lot of people who are in the workforce are HIV infected and were incredibly vulnerable to COVID-19, hence the importance of vaccine strategies to try and protect the most vulnerable. In terms of looking at this, I think you're all from the CCMA, so you'll understand the issue of trying to understand how to eliminate the risk, how to, if you can, replace the infectious diseases with something else, or limit your exposure, particularly for people working in the lab or in the ICU, limit exposure, and also to make sure that people who are employed are trained and they can be protected. And then obviously the important thing was behavior issues, redesigning the workplace, particularly around ventilation, and to make sure that people were provided with PPE to prevent workplace transmission. So what impact did this have on the healthcare workers? So over 4,500 healthcare workers died in South Africa before we could roll out the before we could roll out the COVID vaccinations. And so we saw a lot of problems at a global level, and the people that bore the brunt of COVID-19 were healthcare workers who, at a global level, faced wave after wave before vaccines could be rolled out or were found to be effective. So we do have to acknowledge them. But we also saw a lot of a lack of direction and increased vulnerability. There was a lack of direction at a national level and at a provincial level, poor coordination. We ran out of oxygen. There were a couple of, in the beginning of the epidemic, there were a couple of trucks carting oxygen all over the country before there were innovation around making local oxygen at hospitals. There also was a high workload. As I mentioned before, healthcare workers faced wave after wave and then had to deal with people that are both vaccinated and unvaccinated, and how you feel as a healthcare worker when you have to ventilate someone who refused to be vaccinated. We saw a lot of issues around lack of PPE, particularly in the beginning, and also discrepancy between nurses and doctors. Doctors more likely to get PPE than nurses. At a global level, we also saw discrimination by race, that in the UK, black doctors found it much harder to navigate and negotiate PPE as compared to white healthcare workers. So also discrimination in other parts of the world. Lots of mental health problems and post-traumatic stress disorder. Imagine, as you're working, you might be ventilating your colleague who may die. You may be seeing your family and your friends dying, neighbors dying, and people in your workforce dying. We also saw that healthcare workers that had children, there was low social acceptance and lots of stigma, that nursery schools wouldn't let the children come to school. They were scared that the children would transmit. And so a lot of stigma if you were a healthcare worker in the beginning, because people saw you as a reservoir of SARS-CoV-2. So in terms of what were the consequences, so did our mitigation strategy work? Did all the lockdowns and the stay-at-home and the loss of jobs benefit, and how did we do? So if you have a look at food security and hunger during COVID, and I've taken both the United States of America and South Africa, and you can see that there's a lovely survey that happens, and it happened during the pandemic, so we could track food security, jobs, acceptance of vaccination, and also which people were using the healthcare sector. And yeah, you can see that that over time we saw that people ran out of money for food. We saw household hunger and we saw child hunger in South Africa. But in the United States, we also saw that an increase in food insecurity from 14 to 28%, and more people falling below the poverty line. So the high resource income countries were also impacted. I don't know where I'm pushing. Okay, there. So also we spoke about education. We also saw a huge loss of education at a global level. And in South Africa, around school children are now around 75% in a full school year behind where they should be. And some 400 to 500,000 children reportedly dropped out of school altogether between March 2020 and July 2021. And in Brazil, we also see that 3 in 4 children in grade 2 are off track in reading, as compared to 1 to 2 children in the pre-pandemic area. And a lot of kids, 10 to 15, are reporting that they're not going back to school. So we see that that a lot of children were affected at a global level, and this particularly in the area of low middle income country settings that bore the burden of this school losses. Looking at people going hungry, I mentioned before, you can see if you compare rural areas to cities and metros, you can see that rural areas over time were more likely to run out of money to buy food in the month, and we haven't yet. We have to see whether we actually get to the pre-pandemic areas in terms of people running out of money to buy food. And yeah, you can see also the percentage of people going hungry in the past week. Also, that rural communities more likely to go hungry than cities or in the metros. And also important to track what happens post-pandemic. Looking at people running out of food to buy food in the month, and we look at in the metros or in the urban settings, you can see that as compared to suburbs, people in shack residence in the peri-urban area and townships were more likely to run out of money to buy food. And now you can see in urban neighborhoods the transitions into and out of hunger in comparison to the suburbs, and looking at shack dwellers and peri-urban. So certainly the mitigation strategies affected the poor in our country, and they're the ones that bore the burden, both in terms of hunger, loss of jobs, and not going to school. Just looking at loss of jobs at a global level, we saw huge issues around job losses. And looking at in South Africa, those reasons that prevented people who expected to work from doing any work. So these are the people who still are in the job market and still feel that they can do work. And in fact, the biggest impact for not doing any work was actually the states of national lockdown as a huge barrier to getting work in South Africa. And then just looking at our employment to population ratio, again, that as compared to the rural areas, metros and cities and towns had better ratios as compared to the more rural areas. We spoke earlier, I think in the previous, Prof spoke about the gendered face of being unemployed or poverty. And this comes from the, again, from one of the surveys done, and showed that, in fact, there was the gendered face of losing your job, and that more women were likely to lose their job than men. And in fact, around 3 million women had lost their jobs during the COVID pandemic. At a global level, COVID-19 still poses the biggest risk to domestic growth. And if you look at what people are worried about at a global level, if you look at supply chain disruptions, inflation, geopolitical instabilities, conflicts, and domestic political conflicts, you can still see that in the developing markets, the COVID pandemic still poses the biggest risk to our domestic growth as we try and recover from this pandemic. So what about vaccinations? So what are the benefits? And I'm glad that we spoke a little bit about vaccinations, and our vaccinations are important. As you've heard, around 30% of South Africans have been vaccinated, and although we have this hybrid immunity, we know that immunity is waning, and that we're seeing, even if you've been vaccinated or had previous infections, we see that you are susceptible still to SARS-CoV-2 infections. And in fact, just looking at our recent data, we're showing that you should be vaccinated every 4 months, particularly with the ancestral or first-generation vaccine, and hopefully with the introduction of new variants of concern vaccines or second-generation vaccines, hopefully we can get to break the cycle of transmission and not just the prevention of death and dying. So what are the benefits? So in terms of the benefits of vaccination still, the most important one is an individual or a private benefit, and that reduces your risk of dying and being hospitalized. And we see this profoundly in South Africa, as we've seen the decoupling of cases from death and hospitalization. And even with our data, we have seen that the risk of dying is diminished if you are vaccinated. It also has a benefit for public health. We don't have a resilient healthcare system, and we need to get people who have got TB or HIV, or people who need children who need immunizations, or women who need antenatal care. We need to get them back into the health system. And so by taking your vaccine, you reduce the burden on a health system that's very fragile. There are economic benefits as well. By being vaccinated, we can keep people on the clock, keep people in jobs, and making sure that they're productive and not sick and staying at home when you find yourself with COVID. Important as well is to try and keep schools and universities open, and another strategy that's important to improve contact learning is to make sure that our students and our staff, our lecturers, are vaccinated. Hopefully the University of Free State are going to get are improving their vaccination rate, because that was quite contested, the vaccine mandates at the University of Free State. And also to say that vaccines are safe, and that we need to say that the side effects of the vaccines are rare in comparison to the benefits, and still the benefits are important. So important to make sure that we continue to be vaccinated. If you have a look at the global disparity around vaccinations. Now, this is despite now less access. In the beginning, the disparity was because there was a lack of supply in low middle income country settings. And now we hear about our countries destroying unused vaccines and the low demand. And here you can see that the low middle income country settings are not taking up the vaccine, and are as currently seen, unsure of the benefits, which means that we as the medical profession have done an incredibly bad job. One is that, for people not to understand the benefits of vaccination, and two, because people distrust the government and they distrust medicine. And so the combination of all this mistrust means that less people in low middle income countries will be vaccinated and are more likely to believe some of the conspiracy theories that are emanating from the global north. So if you have a look, this just demonstrates, if we compare by income group, we can see that high middle income countries are more likely to be vaccinated as compared to low middle income and low income. So we surely have got lots of work to do when we look at the issues around the poor uptake of vaccinations by the poor. So in terms of lockdown strategies, were there any pros and were there any cons? So did we flatten the curve? And it's unlikely that we flattened the curve in South Africa. So one of the reasons for going into lockdown was to flatten the curve, and we didn't. We had over 330,000 deaths and over 1 million people infected. So we certainly didn't flatten the curve. Did it buy us time to learn to manage the disease? We were still caught with our pants down. We ran out of oxygen and we ran out of beds, and so it didn't really buy much time to manage the disease. Did it bring us time to improve the health system in terms of hospitals and testing? Maybe the only innovation that was really happened was the access to oxygen, where that too was a true good innovator. In terms of the alcohol ban and curfew, that did decrease our natural deaths and trauma. So when the hospital beds were full, by stopping alcohol and imposing curfew, we could keep the trauma beds open so that we could absorb the cases from COVID. So the alcohol ban and curfew did help us keep the beds open for COVID-related infections. The wearing of masks being mandatory in public, did that impact? I'm a healthcare worker. I believe in masks. Maybe material masks weren't as good as N95s, and in the beginning the public could not use N95 masks because we were saving it for our healthcare workers. So I think good masks in public places, particularly when you do have a respiratory illness, is still an important function, not only for SARS-CoV-2, but for every time you have a cold, influenza or anything, it really does help with transmission. I think we saw that at a global level. NPI implementation, did non-pharmaceutical implementation work? Washing hands, social distancing, issues around decreasing the size of venues and work and conferences. I think that did help mitigate some of the transmission that could occur in places like this. We had initial social cohesion. I remember when the lockdown was announced, our president came out in his militaries, and basically we all bought into the story that the lockdown was going to help our country, and there was really good social cohesion and public buy-in. And can it be used as a future strategy? Hopefully never. Hopefully we will never use lockdown as a future strategy to contain waves or surges. What were the cons of our strategies? We saw economic devastation with job losses, recession and poverty. We saw PPE tender corruption. We saw impact on school loss of school, particularly amongst the poorest households. We saw the suspension of school feeding schemes, which exacerbated childhood hunger and led to the increased levels of malnutrition in our country. We saw mental health issues and gender-based violence balloon, and we saw that our healthcare system was impacted, particularly TB, HIV, antenatal care, and the immunization of children. And we also saw that at this moment in time, our workplace culture is under threat. People don't want to come back to work. People are staying at home. There's reluctance to return to the office, which has both local and global issues, particularly around how we work and interface with our colleagues and how we mentor and support people. And it's hard to do this from a Zoom in your bedroom with the doorbell ringing and the dog barking. So I just want to end this presentation just to acknowledge the healthcare workers that did bear the brunt of this pandemic. And I was fortunate enough when the government's vaccine program faltered, I was fortunate enough to secure 500,000 doses of the J&J vaccine. And basically in 14 days, we went from having no plan to plan B. And I agree with you about policy. I had no idea how I was going to do this. But all I knew, I had to do it. So I didn't have a policy, I didn't have any framework. We just knew we've got the vaccines, we've got to get it. We had to train the healthcare workers, we had to set up our teams, and we just had to do it. And so we didn't think about how we were going to do it. We just went out and did it, which was a wonderful experience, just to execute a magnificent and brilliant strategy around getting the healthcare workers vaccinated and also helping to inform the national rollout in the future. So I'm going to finish on that and just to say thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Professor Gray. Questions? Can we have the roving mics? I've noted hand there. 1, 2. Okay, 2 hands for now. 3 at the back. So there's 1 here. Peter? Behind, back. And then can I have another mic over here?
Good morning, Prof. Good afternoon. I would like to find out if there's any reliable research on the issue of the long-haul effects and how it affects the workplace. And then possibly only just a comment, I think there's very little done with regard to PTSD afterwards at most workplaces where people are traumatized afterwards. Thank you.
Can I take the one at the back in the meantime?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Prof. Mine is a simple one, Prof. As an arbitrator of these matters, where employees are dismissed for vaccination, is there any empirical evidence that people who are unvaccinated are more likely to cause infection to those people who are vaccinated? And if there is such an empirical evidence, is there any way that that could be shared with us? Because we're often confronted with that question when we're dealing with these matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. I've got 2 questions. First of all, I understand that from any scientific point of view or from any healthcare center, there's a saying that they always know when the next wave is coming. It always concerned me. How do you know when the next wave is coming? What methodology are you using in determining that next month there's a 5th wave? My second question is it includes essential workers. You have seen a stat of 180 front workers worldwide by UN. My question was exactly what was the implementations and policies concerning such essential workers, because it doesn't necessarily mean those are doctors and nurses. We also have farm workers by the side. We also have other sectors which are also included as essential workers. And it's very painful to see other people sleep for a year, just sleeping and not waking, and other people waking for the whole year and not getting any actually benefit to their efforts. Thank you.
So I think from the first one, it is around the mental health issues and the post-traumatic stress, and I guess dealing with bereavement in the workplace and issues around that. And yes, I think that workplaces have not adequately addressed some of the issues around what the COVID pandemic did to our mental health, dealing with issues with burnout and bereavement, and how to reinvigorate a workplace and a workforce to make it a mentally healthier place to work than we did before. So I think we have a lot to learn on that, and I don't think we have dealt adequately with that. In terms of the question around if you are vaccinated, if you're not vaccinated, are you more likely to transmit SARS-CoV-2 as compared to vaccinated? So there's a lot of work being done in households, and maybe households are the best example of that. And where they've looked at at households with parents, so before children got vaccinated in parts of the world. They looked at households where parents are vaccinated versus households where parents weren't vaccinated, and found that in households where parents and elderly people were vaccinated, there was less COVID transmission in the house as compared to the others. So that's one, and there's some other data, and it's around households. The other is biological. So there is evidence that it reduces your viral load and may reduce the duration of shedding. So that in terms of you shed for shorter periods of time, and you also shed less virus than people who are vaccinated, and and there is evidence to show in that way. But the most important thing is we have to ask, okay, so what do we worry about, and what makes shedding long? Okay, so we know that people who are HIV infected, who don't know their HIV status, who aren't antiretrovirals, will shed for much longer than anyone else. And we also know that people with who are immunosuppressed, have got cancer, transplants, they shed for longer. And so if you have a workforce of 8 million people, only half on treatment, those HIV-infected individuals who get COVID and who aren't vaccinated may shed for longer. And what is wrong with shedding? Okay, so shedding is a problem because you can transmit. But shedding is also a problem because that's where viruses of concern emerge. Okay, so when you look at variants of concern, they usually emerge in people who are chronic shedders, because there's a lot of time for the virus to work with the immune system to evade it. So the longer there's virus around and your immune system is working, the longer the virus learns to escape the immune response. So it escapes the immune pressure. So that's another reason why it's important to vaccinate, to also mitigate the issue around viral evolution. So how do we know? It takes me to the other question. How do we know that there's a next wave going to happen? Okay, so we spend a lot of time on intelligence. So there's a couple of ways. So during the pandemic, and even now on a weekly basis, everyone who has a swab, we look at what we call CT values, cyclic threshold values, and that gives us a marker of population viral load. So by putting all these tests together, we look on a daily basis whether the population viral load is going up or down. So that's the first indicator that there's something happening. And so in South Africa, we have seen evidence that population viral load is going up. So something is happening, something is grumbling, and I think we see it. Our friends and colleagues are getting sick, and we're seeing it anecdotally in that. So that's the one way we know. We can look at the people who are doing the tests and look at their CT thresholds, and look and see whether it's going up or down. And so that's our first canary in the coal mine that tells us that. The other canary in the other alarms, early warning alarm system that we have is what we call wastewater surveillance. So both the MRC and the NICD set up wastewater surveillance. So we go to sewage plants all over the country, and every week we take the sewage and we run tests on them to see how much viral load is in the sewage. And by doing this, we can see if there are areas of volatility or if any areas are going up. And then we can also tell the municipalities. And so so we watch for volatility. So we get an indication between 7 and 10 days before a wave or before volatility, we can see that something is happening. So what we do sometimes, like in December, at the Cape Town International Airport, we sample from the domestic terminal, and we also sample from the international terminal, and then we sample along to see where there's volatility or where there's evidence of viral load in the sewage. We also do it at universities and at residences. So you're able to go to a residence and look and see if there's any evidence of an outbreak in the residence. So that's another way that we'll watch out for variants of concern. And the third wave is very early on in the pandemic, we set up this network of genomic surveillance. So we've spent 2 decades investing in HIV and TB research and understanding resistance. And in 2014, we developed this software to look at HIV resistance, and we then moved it to TB. And when COVID came, we rapidly moved this platform to start looking for variants of concern in SARS-CoV-2. And using this platform, so it's at a national level, and every week samples, a collection of samples from all the provinces are sent to a group of virologists who then we do whole genome sequencing, and we look for the emergence of new variants that we haven't seen before. And that's why we identified the beta variant, and we also identified the Omicron, because this was a new variant. And so when we see new variants of concern emerging, we watch a couple of things. We watch the wastewater, we watch the population viral load, and we watch the hospitalizations to try and get an indication, how severe or how bad this is. What we also do is when we see new variants of concern emerging, we test and see how well our vaccines work against it. And often at a global level, we're about six weeks in front of everybody else. And so we are able to provide data at a global level on how good the vaccines are working. So for instance, last week, my team and I published in the NEJM on looking at BA4, BA5, so we had data ahead of the rest of the world, and we were able to show that boosting helps, but you don't get to levels that we saw in the past, and that the waning and that the vaccine wanes rapidly, and so we need to boost frequently, or we need urgently new variants of concern vaccines in South Africa. So that's how we do it. We use a lot of intelligence, looking at a whole lot of indicators, and scientists work together to put this all together so that we can see if anything is happening and alert both the country and the world. And so when things start to grumble, we start to get messages from everybody like, what are you picking up? What do you notice? And are we able to share that with the rest of the world? In terms of what is an essential worker, I guess it's, for me, any person that's critical for the economy and society to function. So farm workers who look after food and agriculture and produce, firefighters, fishery, health, policemen, teachers. I think all of us, in fact, are essential services, because we all needed to keep this, to keep the blood of our economy pumping.
There's one last question.
Okay.
Can I have a mic over there?
Thank you very much, Program Director, for recognizing me. Doc, my question is now follow-up to the PSC Western Cape around the issue of vaccination and or concerns around transmission. I think it sort of became public news when for example, when the CCMA adopted the stance to say we're going to deal with cases that have got to do with vaccination as red line matters that will be dealt with by the head office, because it's a serious issue. Because it seems like government, in my view, abdicated its responsibility of making a policy on the issue and said the labor market must be the test field as to how important vaccination must be. So now we had instances where companies had to implement policies based on regulations that were passed by governments as to what to do or how to handle issues around vaccination. And now you've given us some information, at least around the concept of shedding and how vaccination has an impact on that and so forth. Do you consider it something that you'd be interested in doing as the South African Medical Research Council, that you become friends of such proceedings when they take place? Because what has been disappointing for me
is that we were put as commissioners of the CCMA, for example, in a position where you must make a decision about a medical issue in the absence of medical evidence. You know, and so it becomes a question to say, but how fair is this outcome if all it depends on is, no, we will show that we consulted the workers when we wanted to implement the policy. We are guided by this regulation that comes from the Department of Employment and Labor, you know, in terms of how to deal with cases of, you know, vaccinations and or maybe issues around the questions of staying from home, at home whilst you're isolating and all that. But we've had a few cases dealt with at the CCMA. Hopefully some are going to be coming out from the Labour Court maybe as reviews against some of our commissioners' decisions. Now, would you have an appetite as the Research Council to say, let us go and assist in these processes where it seems like government has given the responsibility to this sector to now give clarity as to how important the question of vaccination must be treated by the country, so that at least we are able to have outcomes that don't only, you know, to my mind, only seem to be based on what companies and government would say about the level of consultation that took place between the parties before a policy was implemented in a particular company. Because even as it stands now, as I close, not all companies have reversed their vaccine mandate policies. So we are going to still again, from time to time, have disputes around the issue. Thanks.
So we do have an appetite. The MRC has helped, and I have assisted both SAPRA, the Minister of Labour, the Minister of Health, the University of the Free State against the people that wanted to not, who are opposing the vaccine mandate. So we have assisted both as medical experts and as advice as well. And so I think we do have an appetite, and I think we are willing to try and explain some of the rationale behind why it's still important for the workplace to be vaccinated, particularly for us, that we have a huge amount of HIV-infected people in our workplace, people that have diabetes, hypertension, and we have poor people in our workplace, people who go to the public sector, who I showed you the data, that are not going to do as well as those who are able to afford private sector. So there is a rationale behind vaccinating, and there is a public health benefit. So we could share the science behind why the workforce should be vaccinated, and obviously, hopefully, the company has put their processes in place so that if there are issues around the vaccination, that the way the employee was managed, there's no room for any mistakes in how to go forward. So yes, we are happy. So the MRC is a state. We are a member. Our executive authority is the National Department of Health. We are a Science Council under them, and we have an obligation to support the nation in knowledge dissemination and giving you technical and expert opinion.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Doc, I would like to find out, because it seems like there was a report that there are 5 deaths and a number of 101,967 of the people who were diseased as a result of the COVID. I don't know how true is that. I want to have an understanding that as an institution, now that we've got what we call mandatory vaccination that is being implemented across. Now, with the withdrawal of the mask, are we still in that kind of emergency where we still insist that there should be mandatory vaccination, or people must continue to be vaccinated, though there are other measures that have been relaxed in respect of COVID-19? Thank you.
Yeah. So in terms of vaccination, so billions of vaccines have been given at a global level, and millions in South Africa. And so I think we understand the side effects quite well from these billions of people who've got the vaccine at a global level. And there are some rare events which have been reported in South Africa. There's the Guillain-Barré syndrome that was reported with the AD26, and with the Pfizer, there's been some issues around myocarditis, particularly in young men. And these events are rare, and if picked up early, don't have to be fatal. And so I think the important thing is the Guillain-Barré, there was picked up late, poor management, and then person died of an infection in the hospital. So these are all unfortunate, and so I think what we have to do is make sure that healthcare workers know that someone's been vaccinated. In terms of the Guillain-Barré syndrome, it's a common rare side effect, not only for COVID, but for other vaccines, even like flu. So it's not especially due to the COVID, but probably the platform, and it's not only in COVID, but we've seen it before. So it is rare, and it may occur one in 8 million vaccinated cases. So a rare side effect, and doesn't have to be fatal, and it all depends on how we manage. So I guess what you have to do is you have to weigh up the risks and benefits of vaccination. And if all of us have got our primary series, it seems that most of the side effects occur in your primary series and don't occur with subsequent ones. So we are watching that. So I think it's important to know what are the rare side effects, how to intervene and manage them, and also to do a risk-benefit ratio. So even with children, there's a debate about whether the 12 to 17-year-olds should get vaccinated, and the risks of side effects versus the risks of being vaccinated. And we've seen that even in children, the risks of the side effects are less than the risks of being hospitalized with COVID. So even with children, there is a risk-benefit ratio that benefits vaccination over not being vaccinated, and certainly in the workforce as well. We do need new vaccines, and so quite clearly the first generation vaccines are not preventing infections, and so we do need vaccines that will prevent infections, not just prevent death and dying. And so hopefully the next generation of vaccines will be in that way. So I do think that in terms of mandatory vaccinations, I think the workplace has to look at its workforce. What is the composition of our workforce? What does the ventilation look like? What are our mitigation strategies? How many of our workforce are HIV infected? Who's on treatment? And what is the risk of TB? How many diabetics do we have? And how many people have got private medical aid? And say, looking at all of this together, sometimes the risks of being vaccinated prevent the death and dying, and also prevent loss of time from work. So if you are an employer, you want people on the job. We don't want people at home recovering. And we do know that people do get long COVID. Data is emerging that COVID, there is a thing called long COVID. And for those of you that have had it, the fatigue that you have, which is not psychological. There's definitely MRI images, there's inflammatory images. There are people that are concerned about the impact of long COVID on other outcomes like diabetes and hypertension in the long term. So we still don't know what the impact of natural infection will have, but we do know that COVID-19 vaccination reduces the effects of long COVID. So even if you had COVID, being vaccinated will help you with your side effects from long COVID. So COVID-19 is a serious infection. We only know it since late 2019. We're still understanding what it does to our brain, to our immune system, and to our cardiovascular system. So that data is ongoing. We're still looking to see, and we do know that there are lots of multi-organ impacts of having COVID, besides dying.
Thanks, Prof. First of all, I would like to thank the opportunity that I'm given to be able to ask you a direct question. Normally we see you on TV talking to serious people arguing. Mine might be seen as a, I don't know, my colleagues will excuse me, might be seen as a stupid question, but it's not necessarily stupid because it boils down to the constituency that you serve. So I'll be asking on the lowest level of employees that you'll find in the company. One will come to you and say, can you please give me the definition of vaccination and being vaccinated in terms of labor law? Because I'll go for one shot, in my view, I'm vaccinated. But now Professor Gray will come on TV, now I have to go for booster number 5. How do I trust this thing? Because even load shedding, you can even see it goes to level stage 6, stage 7. At what stage will just one vaccine be sufficient? Because we had side effects, and I think your stats also reflected that people that never went back for second shots. And number 2, I did not see much of people that are not in streamlined economy that are classified as essential workers. 70% of the employees, they use public transport, and obviously you've got people that wash taxis. And to us, they're essential because hygiene is extremely part of your program. So how do we address all of these things? And lastly, but not least, all the recommendations that you make, how are we going to keep the element of abuse? Because it seems like South African Health Council is the alpha and omega, because everybody from business says the HSA, what health institution has said this, and nobody's even prepared to challenge that. Whereas every day we hear the anti-vax, others that are supported by private business, that are even prepared to take you to the highest court you'll ever find in land. So how do we keep the element of abuse? Because at the end of the day, we are trying to save jobs.
Those are good questions and hard questions, and they're not stupid questions at all. So we're going to be struggling with SARS-CoV-2 for the next decade, 10 years. Because we're not yet able to eradicate it. So the only way you can eradicate an infection like that is to break the transmission cycle. And the vaccines that we've got prevent death and dying and some impact on transmission, but don't break the cycle completely. And so we need better vaccines. So this first generation vaccine worked well, to stop death and dying. That's what we want as a personal. For me, I want a vaccine that's going to stop me from dying. And then at a society level, you want a vaccine that can stop transmission so you can start controlling it. So we're going to be battling with this virus for the next 10 years. And we probably are going to have to get 1 or 2 vaccines a year and 1 or 2 infections a year. And that's what it looks like. Unless the vaccines that are coming out break the transmission. Okay, so that's bleak, but at least we're not going to die, and that's an important thing. So you have to look at your workforce in terms of the kind of decisions that management makes, and you have to look at what are their comorbidities, what are their vulnerabilities, and try again to explain the benefits, the public health benefits, me as a worker and you as a worker, why we get vaccinated, and hopefully some Ubuntu around that. In terms of the taxi industry, yes, that was, we saw during the various levels of lockdown, the taxi occupancy rate, the closing of the windows, and a lot of transmission that occurred in hospitals amongst the healthcare workers actually happened in the community, in the transportation of healthcare workers to work, because once they were in work, they had their full PPE on and they no longer could transmit. So they were basically very vulnerable in the use of public transport. And so also very important then to make sure that the taxi industry is supportive in terms of vaccinations and that. So I think that's an important thing. And the third question about the anti-vaxxers or the conspiracy. So scientists and the health sector and the health department, we're not good communicators. Okay, we literally suck at communicating. We think, just because there's a vaccine that you're going to trust us. Trust us, we're doctors. And so we've underestimated human behavior and the lack of trust in government and lack of trust in the medical system, which means that we have to work harder at trying to understand that. And I think, we were surprised because South Africa has one of the highest vaccination rates for our children. Most of our kids under 1 get vaccinated. And so, there's a trust of letting our children be vaccinated. But it seems that although we're willing to let our children be vaccinated, we ourselves don't want to be vaccinated. And so I think we've got to address those issues. And the conspiracy theories and social media, they're incredibly sophisticated. And well penetrated, and I guess when there are some side effects of a vaccine, they're blown out of proportion. People are brought onto television saying, "Oh, this thing, on your neck, which actually was throat cancer that you've had for years, was caused by a vaccination," which is untrue. And so I guess the medical fraternity and we need to be much more aggressive at saying that's a lie. And maybe litigious in people who spread rumors and that. So I think we have a lot more work to do in that area, and a lot and to challenge people that spread conspiracy theories, even if they are our ex-president of the country. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Professor Gray. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break now. We've run slightly over, so if I can ask us to be back within 50 minutes, and that will take us to 2 o'clock, right? Okay, please can we be seated at 2 o'clock so that we can start our next plenary and also then prepare for the panel discussion coming up. And another request, please, if I can ask you to please stay for our panel discussion. It's going to be quite interesting, quite dynamic. As we said, there are some international guests that are participating in that panel discussion. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please settle down? We're going to start, and the others will join us on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce Advocate Anton Myberg, who is a senior counsel at the Johannesburg Bar. He has acted as a judge of the Labour Court on multiple occasions and is a member of the Rules Board for the Labour Courts. Advocate Myberg is also an honorary member of SASLO, the South African Society for Labour Law, where he has served as a national president on 2 terms. He is also an adjunct professor of law at the Nelson Mandela University. He is also co-authored the reviews of the Labour Court, which has been widely published in a number of accredited law journals. As you would remember, we saw him on TV. In 2020 and 2021, he was the Transnet evidence leader at the State Capture Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Advocate Anton Myberg.
Thank you, Luvuyo. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by adding my congratulations to Cameron and his team for organizing this mega conference celebrating the CCMA's 25th anniversary. I've never had the privilege before of speaking at a conference after the Minister of Employment and Labour, after the Judge President of the Labour and Labour Appeal Courts, and in particular after the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa. The fact that you have managed to secure these dignitaries in person as presenters bears testimony not only to the obvious importance of the CCMA as an institution, but also to its success as an institution. Long may that continue. Much of the work of the CCMA involves the conducting of arbitrations and the production of arbitration awards. And what I'm going to do this afternoon is give you a thumbnail sketch of reviews over the last 25 years. What I intend to do is to focus exclusively on Section 145 of the Labour Relations Act, and in particular on reviews based on reasonableness. And essentially, I'm going to deal, ladies and gentlemen, with 3 main topics. Firstly, I'm going to discuss briefly 4 seminal judgments which takes us through our review jurisprudence: Sadumo, Herald, Mofokeng, and Duncan Meck. Then I'm going to pose the question of what is the threshold for unreasonableness? In other words, when, at what point is a decision of a commissioner unreasonable? And then finally, I'm going to deal with the question of when reasonableness review does not apply. And that will take us effectively up to the current position in our jurisprudence. It's perhaps useful to start with this passage in the explanatory memorandum to the Labour Relations Bill that was drafted by Judge Zondo and his colleagues, where it was explained why a decision was taken to have reviews instead of appeals. And you will see there in the first sentence, the task team was of the view that the absence of an appeal from an award speeds up the process, frees it from legalism that accompanies appeal proceedings. And they went on to say that appeals have a negative impact on reinstatement as a remedy, they undermine the basic purpose of legislation, and they make the system too expensive for individuals and small businesses. Now, what history has proven is that the task team did not fully appreciate that CCMA arbitration involves administrative action. And when they chose as their grounds of review the most narrow grounds we know, cut and pasted from Section 33 of the Arbitration Act, excess of powers, misconduct, gross irregularity, the intention was for there to be very few reviews and for reviews to be hard to come by. But what we have seen right from the beginning of our review jurisprudence is controversy raged, and there was uncertainty about three things. Firstly, whether or not CCMA arbitration constitutes administrative action under the Constitution. Secondly, whether the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act applied to reviews, and how to locate a broader basis for review. So literally, from the first judgments that were handed down in 1997, the Labour Court and Labour Appeal Courts grappled with this idea as to whether CCMA arbitration was admin action and how then to deal with reviews in that context. And that controversy was finally resolved some years later in 2007 by the Constitutional Court in Sodumo. And Sodumo found three main things. Firstly, that CCMA arbitration constitutes administrative action. Secondly, that PAJA doesn't apply and that applicants are limited to the grounds in Section 145. And then, ingeniously, that Section 145 is suffused by the constitutional standard of reasonableness. So what the Constitutional Court found is that you're limited to the 145 grounds, but reasonableness flows over them, reasonableness colors them, and that in effect gave rise to reasonableness review in addition to the listed grounds. And here is the most often and perhaps famous passage in all of our modern labour law, paragraph 110 from the judgment of the Constitutional Court. Justice Nafsa said the better approach is that Section 145 is now suffused by the constitutional standard of reasonableness. That standard is this: is the decision reached by the Commissioner one that a reasonable decision maker could not reach? Applying it will give effect not only to the constitutional right to fair labour practices, but also to the right to administrative action that is lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. So there is the Sodumo test. Is the decision reached by the Commissioner one that a reasonable decision maker could not reach? Now, what happened in the period directly after Sodumo, in the years 2007 to 2013, is that what practitioners tried to do is to develop reviews based on two different types of reasonableness. So the Sodumo test was classified as substantive reasonableness. It went to the result. And there was an attempt to bring reviews based on what was classified as process-related unreasonableness, and also reviews based on an extended meaning of a gross irregularity. And what we did in those years as practitioners is we exploited two passages. This passage from the Constitutional Court's judgment, first in New Clicks, where the Constitutional Court found that there is obviously an overlap between the ground of review based on a failure to take into consideration a relevant factor and one based on the unreasonableness of the decision. A consideration of the factors that a decision maker is bound to take into account is essential to a reasonable decision. If a decision maker fails to take into account a factor that he or she is bound to take into consideration, the resulting decision can hardly be said to be that of a reasonable decision maker. So that we classified as process-related unreasonableness. If you don't have regard to a material consideration, that cannot be or give rise to a reasonable arbitration award. The other passage that practitioners exploited was this paragraph 252 in the minority judgment in Seduma by Ngorbo J. Where a commissioner fails to have regard to material facts, the arbitration proceedings cannot in principle be said to be fair because the commissioner fails to perform his or her mandate, and that unfairness then was classified as a gross irregularity. So in these years, 2007 to 2013, reviews were based on that to get around effectively the Seduma test. The next really important judgment was that of the Supreme Court of Appeal in 2013, where Judges Wallace and Kachalia put a stop to unreasonableness reviews based on procedure. They found that the result must be unreasonable in order for the award to be reviewable. They endorsed the traditional meaning of a latent gross irregularity, which is a misconception of the nature of the inquiry. And cleverly what they did is they classified an unreasonable result as a form of gross irregularity. So where Seduma had said reasonableness suffuses the whole of 145, what the SCA did is it effectively says, well, it connects and suffuses to a gross irregularity, and it then bears an extended meaning. So where an award is unreasonable, it's grossly irregular. And this is the key passage from the judgment. A review of an award is permissible if the defect in the proceedings falls within one of the grounds in 145. For a defect in the conduct of the proceedings to amount to a gross irregularity, the arbitrator must have conceived the nature of the inquiry or arrived at an unreasonable result. So you see how the meaning of a gross irregularity was extended there. A result will only be unreasonable if it is one that a reasonable arbitrator could not reach on all the material that was before the arbitrator. Material errors of fact, as well as the weight and relevance to be attached to particular facts, are not in and of themselves sufficient for the award to be set aside, but are only of any consequence if the effect is to render the outcome unreasonable. So that then put paid to process-related reviews. You can no longer go to the Labour Court and say, well, this arbitrator failed to have regard to these facts. That in itself constitutes an unreasonable award. What you will have to show is that the distorting effect of that failure was the production of an unreasonable result on this judgment. Then, 2 years later, the Labour Appeal Court had an opportunity to reflect on what was the state of our review jurisprudence up until that point, to reflect on Seduma and to reflect also on Herald. And what Justice Murphy found in this important judgment, Mofokeng, was that he provided an analysis for determining when the outcome of an award is unreasonable. Now, this is a very important judgment because, as I'll show you, he essentially set out a test, the steps that one must go through in reasoning that an award is unreasonable. And this is a very, very important test because often what happens with practitioners, they get up in the Labour Court and they say, well, this award, finding an employee guilty of misconduct, is wrong. And you find the judge saying, but that's not the test. The test is reasonableness. Why do you say it's unreasonable? And then the practitioner says, well, because it's wrong. And it's very difficult to put your finger on reasonableness. How does one argue reasonableness without its point of departure being whether or not an award is right or wrong? And what Justice Murphy did is he provides this mode of analysis. The first inquiry, said the Labour Appeal Court, is whether the facts or considerations ignored were material, which will be the case if a consideration of them would have caused the Commissioner to come to a different result. So that's the distorting effect inquiry. So what you do is you actually ask yourself, if these factors had been considered, would the result have been different? In other words, is the result wrong? That's the first inquiry. Then Justice Murphy said, if this is established, the objectively wrong result arrived at by a commissioner is prima facie unreasonable. So on this test, you must first convince the Labour Court that it's actually wrong, then it's prima facie unreasonable, but then comes the second inquiry. The second inquiry must then be embarked upon, it being whether there exists a basis in the evidence overall to displace the prima facie case of unreasonableness. If the answer to this inquiry is in the negative, then the decision stands to be set aside on review on the grounds of unreasonableness and vice versa. So this test instills some discipline in the way in which the review test is applied and how awards are to be analysed. The last judgment, which I think is of particular importance, is the 2018 decision of the Constitutional Court in Duncan Mek. This was a judgment that was written by Jafta J and then concurred in by the full court, including, interestingly, Judge Zondo, who in 2018 was the Deputy Chief Justice. And what this judgment does is the following. We know that Section 33(1) of the Constitution guarantees administrative action that is lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. What Sedumo found, as I've said, is that Section 145 is suffused by reasonableness, thus giving rise to a reasonableness review. Duncan Mek found that an award that fails to meet the lawful and procedurally fair requirements is also reviewable. So in effect, what the court found is that you can place direct reliance on Section 33 of the Constitution, which is quite unusual. And the full court explained the position like this. Since an award constitutes administrative action, the Constitution requires it to be procedurally fair, lawful, and reasonable. This means that an award that fails to meet these requirements is liable to be set aside on review. These requirements are in addition to the grounds of review listed in 145. However, to some extent, the latter grounds may overlap, but reasonableness standard sourced in Section 33 of the Constitution stands alone. It is not part of the overlap. So, for those of you who've pay close attention to the case law, you'll see that Duncan Mek is actually quite different to Sedumo. Sedumo says it's 145, it's suffused by reasonableness. So your review is still a 145 review. The SCA says that if it's unreasonable, it's grossly irregular. What Duncan Mek does, in effect, is it says, well, we can tally these things up. You've got the 145 grounds, excess of powers, gross irregularity and misconduct, and then you can also place reliance on the Constitution, where administrative action must be lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. So the effect of Duncan Mek then is if an arbitration award, we'll see in a moment, contains an error of law, then that will be unlawful administrative action. If a commissioner commits a procedural irregularity, well then that will be procedurally unfair in terms of Section 33. There is some overlap, but these are a cumulative real set of grounds of review according to Duncan Mek. So that is, if I was to, as I've attempted to do in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, that sketches the law in relation to reasonableness reviews. And that then brings me to the second question, or second main topic that I'm going to address with you, and that is the big unanswered question 25 years on. And that is, what is the threshold for unreasonableness? And what I mean by that is, when will an award fall outside a range of reasonable decisions? Put another way, how does one determine the range? And this is really a fundamental question, and you'll see that the courts have done precious little to enlighten us. And what do I mean by this? Well, we know that Sedumo says that an award will be unreasonable when it falls outside a range of reasonable decisions. So what you can envisage in your mind is essentially an elastic band. And you could say, in this case, on the one hand, the commissioner may find an employee guilty and warrant a verbal warning, and on the other hand, far other hand, it may be dismissal. And provided that that range is justifiable, provided those decisions fall within that range of a verbal warning here, dismissal here, then the decision is not unreasonable. But that's much easier said than done, because how does one determine this range? How do you know, as a practitioner, how far one can stretch that elastic before it snaps and gives rise to a reasonableness review? And this is really what reviews are about. Because when we're in the Labour Court, when we're seeking to convince a judge that an award is reviewable or not, we're actually having a debate about what's reasonable and what's not. How far can one stretch that elastic in a particular case? And here are two very important quotes that show you how different judges see things very differently. So in Fidelity, which was decided in 2008, it was a judgment of Zondo JP. It's the first time that he had an opportunity of analyzing the Constitutional Court's judgment in Sudumo. He found this: the test enunciated in Sudumo is a stringent test that will ensure that awards are not lightly interfered with. It will not be often that an award is found to be one which a reasonable decision maker could not have made. So you see there, Justice Zondo sees this as a stringent test, one that is hard to meet, and it will be seldom that something is unreasonable. Now compare that with these findings by Murphy AJ and the next Judge President Malambo in Herald. Few decisions that are wrong are likely to be upheld as reasonable. The inexorable truth is that wrong decisions are rarely reasonable. Do you see how those are poles apart? And it gives rise to what is a great concern, and that is, unless we can determine a proper legal threshold for unreasonableness, reviews are going to be determined on the basis of what judge you pick. So if you take these two examples, and you on day one appeared before Judge Zondo in a case where the award was objectively wrong, Judge Zondo would probably have said, well, it's not unreasonable. It's a stringent test. It's only rarely is it going to be so badly wrong as to be unreasonable. You step into the next court, and Justice Murphy would say, well, this is obviously wrong, and a wrong decision is seldom reasonable, and you would set aside the award. Now, that doesn't help anybody. So what this issue is about, ladies and gentlemen, it's about the intensity of a reasonableness review. In other jurisdictions, they have what is referred to as a sliding scale of reasonableness review. On the one hand, you have light touch reasonableness review, and that might involve policy decisions. On the far other hand, one has anxious scrutiny reasonableness reviews involving the application of constitutional rights. And it really works like this. The higher the scrutiny, the more is required by justification. So the question then is, what is the level of scrutiny, intensity of reasonableness review in respect of CCMA arbitration awards? And in my view, given the constitutional rights involved, the right to fair labour practices and just administrative action, CCMA awards should probably be subject to a relatively high degree of scrutiny, and they are. In the book that I co-authored with Craig Bosch, we said this: on an overall assessment of the jurisprudence of the Labour Appeal Court, it adopts a relatively high intensity reasonableness review. As a result of this, where an award is obviously wrong, the LAC will typically set it aside on review on the grounds of unreasonableness. It does not have to be hopelessly wrong or absurd before it will do so, which is what the threshold in a lower intensity review might be. Seen thus, the permissible margin for error by a CCMA commissioner is between what is objectively right and obviously wrong. Put differently, where a decision is obviously wrong, it falls outside of a range of reasonableness. Now, that test, that obviously wrong test, comes from a very careful search through a lot of Labour Appeal Court judgments where they often use those very words. They say it's obviously wrong, it's clearly wrong, or something to that effect, and on that basis they equate it to unreasonableness. So that's a relatively high intensity review. Quite a lot is required by way of justification in commissioners' awards. That seems to be correct because the work of the CCMA is very important. Not only are you administering administrative action, but you are doing that in the context of another constitutional right, and that is the right to fair labor practices that are enjoyed by both employers and employees. That then brings me to what really has been the main development, I would say, in the last decade or so, and that is, when does reasonableness not apply? There's a view out there, still held by some people, that reasonableness is an overarching test, that Sudumo set the Sudumo test as the one and only ground of review. And in order to succeed with reviewing a CCMA arbitration award, you always have to show that the result is unreasonable. Well, the analysis that I'm going to show you now proves that not to be correct. Reasonableness doesn't apply when correctness review applies. Now, what do I mean by correctness review? Correctness review is a type of a review where if you get it wrong as a commissioner, then that is reviewable. So an objectively wrong decision is reviewable, and we'll come to the types of decisions involved here. But reasonableness doesn't apply then. And reasonableness also doesn't apply when a commissioner commits a gross irregularity or misconduct. I'll give an example. If a commissioner is biased or a commissioner takes a bribe, you don't then have to prove, in order to review that award, that the result of the award is also unreasonable. Now, this notion of correctness review was first articulated by the Labour Appeal Court in Johnson Uniform Solutions in 2014. The Labour Appeal Court said the generally accepted view is that we have a bifurcated review standard, reasonableness and correctness. The issue in dispute will determine the one or other of the review tests, or which of them is harnessed in order to resolve the dispute. So what's important here is it's not a one-size-fits-all. It depends what sort of error and what is the basis of your review. It then determines what review test should be applied. Now, correctness review, in the first instance, applies to all excesses of power. Now, you know Section 145, one of the listed grounds is an excess of power, and an excess of power comprises two things, really. The first is an absence of jurisdiction, and the second, then, are ultra vires decisions, where you exceed powers within jurisdiction. And we know that there are a lot of reviews around this, where the courts and the CCMA has to grapple with whether it has territorial jurisdiction. Does an employment relationship exist? Was someone an employee? Was a person dismissed? When it comes to relief, you must apply the non-reinstatable conditions in Section 193, and one can't give awards that exceed the maximum permissible award of compensation. Now, in all of those instances, correctness review applies. So if you as a commissioner, and you would know this, if you find that someone was an employee when they weren't, then on review, the review test is correctness. If you were wrong, then it's reviewable. And the same applies to all of these examples that I've given, and each of them is underpinned by a high-ranking judgment. So correctness review applies to an excess of powers. And Judge Zondo described that principle in Fidelity in 2008 in this way. If the CCMA had no jurisdiction in a matter, the question of the reasonableness of its decision would not arise. Also, if the CCMA made a decision that exceeds its powers, in the sense that it is ultra vires, its powers, the reasonableness or otherwise of its decision cannot arise. The second time that reasonableness review applies is to all material errors of law. So if you as a commissioner commit a material error of law, and by that I mean an error that then affects the outcome of the award, correctness review applies there. And there are a host of judgments of the Labour Appeal Court which have found that in these circumstances, where you misinterpret a union constitution or you misinterpret a collective agreement or a contract, if you misinterpret the application of a statutory provision, if you make an error in the classification of misconduct, or if you make an error in the application of the law of evidence. Those are all errors of law. Correctness review applies. And that's really one of the implications of Duncanbeck. CCMA awards must be lawful. Every error of law is thus reviewable, provided it is material. All you have to establish is the error of law. The Labour Appeal Court said that in assigned services, a judgment of Judge Wagley, a material error of law, he said, will result in both an incorrect and unreasonable award. Such an award can either be attacked on the basis of its correctness or it being unreasonable. So although he talks about correctness and unreasonable, if it's incorrect, then it will be unreasonable. So this is really anxious scrutiny review. If you go back to the slide, here anxious scrutiny is being is the threshold, and if it's wrong, it is unreasonable. And then in McDonald's Transport the year before, Judge Sutherland said a reasonable arbitrator does not get a legal point wrong. So all excesses of powers, all errors of law are subject to correctness review. Now this can become very controversial because the question then arises, well, what is an error of law? Well, I suppose the answer to that is, well, what is a question of law? And of course, the broader a question of law, then the broader the category of review based on an error of law is, and that's the envelope that practitioners are pushing, because that then gives rise to correctness review. And I'll give you a controversial example, which strangely comes from Oscar Pistorius's case in the SCA in 2016. Justice Leach said this: there is no difference in principle between the exclusion of relevant evidence by ruling it inadmissible and excluding such evidence once admitted by not taking it into account. In either event, the judicial process becomes flawed by regard not being had to material which might affect the outcome. As much as the excluding evidence on the basis of admissibility is a legal issue, it seems to me also to be a legal issue should account not be taken of any evidence placed before a court which ought to be weighed in the scales. Now, do you see how dangerous this is? Because if that applied, it takes you back to process-related reasonableness reviews, in effect. And what it also does is it says that if I rule that evidence is inadmissible and I'm wrong, that's subject to reasonableness review. But if I rule that it is admissible and then I don't have any regard to it, that's also an error of law and then is potentially reviewable. So this is a very, very dangerous passage and one that hasn't gained any traction in the Labour Court. But what it does highlight is how controversial the issue of what is an error of law can be. So now here's another category where correctness review applies. It applies thirdly to certain value judgments. The decision that you have to make as a commissioner, for example, whether to award or not to award compensation in terms of section 1931C. Here's a very important judgment, Kemp versus Central Med. Two judgments were written here, one by Judge Zondo when he was the judge president, and another judgment by Judge Wagley. And this passage comes from Judge Wagley's judgment. He found this: A review of a discretion exercised in terms of section 1931C, which he described as a value judgment, is essentially no different to an appeal, because the reviewing court will be required to consider all the facts and circumstances which the arbitrator had before him or her, and then decide, based on a proper evaluation of those facts and circumstances, whether or not the decision was judicially a correct one. Here's the third time then, ladies and gentlemen, third category of case, third category of error, where reasonableness doesn't apply, correctness applies. And where correctness also applies in a roundabout way, is also in some instances of a gross misconduct or irregularity. What we know is that gross irregularities have two forms. One, latent, that's a misconception of the nature of the inquiry. So an employee is actually dismissed for misconduct. You sit as a commissioner and you decide the matter on the basis that he was dismissed for poor performance. But then you also get patent gross irregularities, and those are acts of procedural unfairness. Where, for example, you can establish that a commissioner acted procedurally unfairly, that in itself is a ground of review. You don't have to establish that the result was unreasonable. And in effect, that's a type of correctness review, in the sense that if you deviate from the standard of procedural fairness, that error constitutes in itself a ground of review. And the same then applies to misconduct. If you are biased, if you do take a bribe, then that error in itself gives rise to a ground of review. So then the question is, and this is really where our review jurisprudence is now, what is not hit by correctness review? Well, predominantly what's not hit by correctness review are factual findings relating to guilt and sanction. Here, reasonableness typically applies. But ladies and gentlemen, this is really an important point, the second bullet point. So, reasonableness review would typically be invoked to challenge factual findings about guilt and sanction. But much of what happens before and after this attracts correctness review. So before a commissioner gets to deciding guilt and sanction, the determination of jurisdiction attracts correctness review. The conduct of the arbitration, procedural fairness, attracts correctness review. All rulings on the law of evidence attracts correctness review. The determination of legal questions in the award attracts correctness review. Aspects of relief, the non-reinstatable conditions, the exercise of a discretion to award or not to award compensation attracts correctness review. That's really what the state of our jurisprudence is. So to sum up, the most significant development in our review jurisprudence in the last 25 years has been the expansion of the Section 145 grounds to include the constitutional standard of reasonableness. The courts have been of very little assistance in determining what the threshold for unreasonableness is. What we know is that unreasonableness need not be established where correctness review applies, nor where gross irregularity or misconduct is established. And also we know that correctness review has a wide reach. It applies, as I've said, to an excess of powers, errors of law, certain value judgments, and acts of procedural unfairness. Now, you may not like this, but why this is the case is because we are dealing with CCMA arbitration and CCMA arbitration awards that involve administrative action and the constitutional right to fair labor practices. And essentially what is happening in many respects is that the court is holding the CCMA to the standards in Section 33 of the Constitution. And certainly in my respectful view, the CCMA is acquitting itself well in that regard, particularly I think in the last five or so years. There was a time where I would see many bad arbitration awards. Now it's seldom that you see that. Of course, decisions are made that are unreasonable and wrong. That's always going to happen. But I think what commissioners have perfected is to a large extent the manner in which they conduct arbitrations, and certainly the writing and formulation of awards has, in my view, improved significantly in the last 5 to 10 years. So I think that the CCMA is actually living up to and meeting this standard. Well, my clicker isn't working anymore. There we go. Questions and comments.
Thanks, Advocate Mybeck. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take questions, and please give me an indication if we have questions from the people that are joining online. We're only going to take one round of questions because of time, so I'm noting 1, 2, 2 at the back. There are bright lights facing me. Okay. If I didn't see you, you will make an indication. Can we start this side? Yes, sir, you may go.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, Anton. I must just preface what I'm going to say with what I did some many years ago when I did my dissertation for LLM. I did mention that the review should be taken off and be replaced with an appeal. Now, the question I have is the following. Is it not time for the reasonableness test to be jettisoned? Because you see its origin, if you look at it carefully, it's from the Battlestar decision. And Battlestar decision was more concerned with pure administrative decisions. And there's no doubt, and I'm sure many people will agree with me, that to the extent that the CCMA or bargaining council, it may be alleged that they perform administrative functions, in truth, they perform quasi-judicial functions. And to that extent, you then want to apply a pure administrative decision, test on a quasi-judicial decision. That's the first point. The other point that I want to make related to my question is, if you look at Section 145, Section 145, yes, the drafters of the legislation had in mind that, we want to make sure that what happened to Mau decision that took 12 years to be resolved doesn't happen again. And I think they, as you say correctly, they just took Section 33, which we know that it deals with arbitrations in the Arbitrations Act or in the normal sense, and just placated it into the decisions of the CCMA. Now, of course, the difficulty is, in Sidumo, in my view, was to look at Section 145 and say it's suffused as a reasonableness becomes part of Section 145. All those grounds are suffused by the reasonableness test. But we know, as a matter of fact, that Section 33 has also other bases, and that those bases are lawfulness. Why did they not take into account lawfulness as well? And that will bring back these correctness and reasonableness into proper focal point. But at the end, I think what I'm going to, as I conclude, I'm going to say, what will be your view in jettisoning basically the review process, and introduce an appeal on a limited basis. As you would have noted in the LRA, there are instances where effectively the Labour Court is granted appeal powers of decisions coming from the mines and health inspectors. So if you look at it carefully, it is also them performing administrative action.
Thank you. Is the mic ready that
Sorry,
side?
Levoy.
Yes.
Oh. Maybe Anton, as you answer that question of jettisoning, can you also consider the opposite side of that? That instead of jettisoning review, would it not help to keep them both, review and appeal, instead of either or, depending on the grounds on what is wrong?
Thank you. The second, there was a hand that I noted, which is the last one.
Yes, thank you very much, Advocate, for such an insightful presentation. My question is based on the issue that was raised by the Commissioner earlier on regarding COVID. The government issued a gazette. First of all, they said on level 5, every business must close down except for essential service. On level 4, they then said, before you bring employees back, do a COVID protocol, do a risk assessment. Please apply any extra means that you need to do to protect employees. The companies then do a risk assessment and they do the protocols. We know that Section 8 of the OSH Act compels the company to protect employees from any situations that could actually affect their health and safety. And also Section 14 then compels employees to comply with the laws or the rules that the company puts in place. In terms of vaccination, in as much as there was limited information, the company then declares on the risk assessment that since the Department of Health is saying people must vaccinate, we expect all the employees to be vaccinated, and the employee refuses to be vaccinated, and then the company dismisses. If the commissioner then says, the fact that we have got no evidence that he would actually transfer a disease or a sickness to other employees, therefore you have failed the duty as the employer, that your decision is fair. Is that a reviewable situation or not?
Thank you, sir.
So let me start by addressing the third question. I have absolutely no idea what the answer to that is. Let me then deal with the first two questions firstly by Judge Mashawana and then by the director of the CCMA. I mean, this seems to me to be a very important issue. So the question is, has the time not arisen perhaps to jettison reviews in favour of appeals? Well, certainly when one has regard to this analysis that I've undertaken, not much seems to me to be gained by having a review instead of an appeal now on the current jurisprudence, because what we have seen is that a lot of decisions that commissioners make are subject to correctness review, which is effectively an appeal in any case. So just add them up. All excesses of powers, all errors of law, some value judgments, and all procedural unfairness. I talk about correctness review, that's an appeal. So little is to be gained from that perspective, because effectively all of those decisions are subject to an appeal. The second important point is, if one was to go back to, I think, my third slide, where I quoted from the explanatory memorandum to the Labour Relations Bill, you can see that the task team thought that appeals would be formalistic, that they would be expensive, and that they would take a long time. That's why the legislature opted for reviews instead of appeals. Well, I think the truth is that reviews are more formalistic. reviews are more expensive and reviews take longer. So when you add those two things together, it seems to me that we may very well have come to the point where that needs to be reflected on. Of course, there's another potential answer, and here I speak against myself really, and that is, another answer may be that the courts have not applied the Sedumo test strict enough. In other words, if the courts had applied it very, very strictly, and if, as Judge Zondo said in Fidelity, a reasonableness review would be very rare and seldom, then one could understand why you still wanted reviews instead of appeals, because it would cut down the number of disputes and the amount of litigation. But that is not happening. I mean, in truth, what is happening is that where a decision is obviously wrong, it's being set aside on review. So I think when you add all of those factors together, of course, on the assumption that the threshold is being applied correctly, then I do think a case can be made in favour of appeals instead of reviews. And in fact, Judge Murphy wrote a very insightful article about that. I think it's in the ILJ, I think it's called An Appeal for an Appeal, 10 years or so ago. To Cameron's point or question about whether one shouldn't keep them both, well, there are instances in our labour law where you can appeal or review. I would have thought that if we're going to change the system, then all-out appeals may be better, and to have two may confuse things. On the other hand, if you just go the appeal route, then often what happens is procedural errors that are committed by commissioners along the way really go unchecked, because ultimately appeal relates more to the outcome. So perhaps there needs to be some sort of hybrid. And maybe it has to be a limited review. It needs to be on paper. There's all sorts of things that one could do. Of course, whether or not it may result in more awards being challenged, we don't know. But it certainly, I think, Judge Moshawana, would be easier for judges to determine, because you wouldn't have to waste your time firstly determining is this wrong, and then having to listen to argument about whether it was so wrong as to be unreasonable. And that's really what's taking up the time in the labour court, and that is what practitioners do. I would have thought if it was an appeal, 90% of these things would be probably, there might even be judgments that are consented to, because on those occasions where things are obviously wrong, it doesn't seem to me there'd be much point in arguing that. And then we could get rid of this insidious exchange of affidavits. I mean, it is really very difficult. Another option there might be that you could have reviews, but that didn't comprise affidavits. I think there's been some work in the new rules, which unfortunately haven't seen the light of day, where we look to introduce things like that you could effectively, instead of having affidavits, have a review based on something that would be akin to an application for leave to appeal, where you would simply identify the errors that you say had been committed by a commissioner, and then produce the record and then argue it on the basis of heads of argument. So there may be some kind of middle road. I hope that's food for some thought. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. As I indicated, we'll only take one round of questions. I'm now going to call up Mr. Prince, thank you, Kekana, to assist us with the panel discussion. Prince is a senior commissioner. He holds a BUris degree. He's been around for a very long time in this field. He was once the registrar of the Industrial Court in Pretoria, and he's even done work for NEDLAC. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand over to Prince. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. I was appointed to the CCMA 1 June 1996. So was Naren Khan, the previous director. So was Justice Phosha Nkuta Nkotwane. For 25 years, we have been in pursuit of social justice. And Mr. Thembinkosi, I'm not leaving you out. You have been in that pursuit with us for the 25 years. We have a panel discussion and we are privileged. And firstly, let me thank the delegates for staying behind for this panel discussion because it's an international discussion and I hope we can glean some learnings and also have some takeaways from the international guests that we will be having. We're having 4 of them. The first one is Ms. Lomkosi Makagula. She is here with us. The other 3 are online. I'm going to ask you that you assist me to welcome Ms. Makagula. She is the Executive Director for the Conciliation, Mediation and Arbitration Commission in Eswatini. She is going to be our first speaker, and I will introduce the other 3 speakers. What we are going to do is we're going to take their presentations, and thereafter we'll take questions, time permitting. Ms. Makagula, you promised me that you'd give me a stagazelo.
Director, CCMA, may I just declare that this is undue influence. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I will borrow from the Chief Justice's long list of protocol and say distinguished guests, Director of the CCMA, management and staff, delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. May I start off by just saying it is a special recognition to the Board of Directors of the CCMA, particularly the Director who has invited us to attend, the management and staff that have organized a wonderful conference, and a celebratory message to say congratulations. 25 years is amazing. And in our culture, this is how we do it. Had I been more aware that of Heritage Month, which I must admit I forgot, I would have been in my traditional attire, which in itself is amazing. But without further ado, we are starting a beautiful relationship, or we're reviving a beautiful relationship with the CCMA in Eswatini. So, which this is part of the beginnings of this journey, and we are going to talk to you really a practical view about what we did during COVID-19. So CCMA in Eswatini, maybe let me start off by just saying the Industrial Relations Act in Eswatini and the LRA in South Africa are pretty similar, of course, with the South African environment being the size that it is, and the vibrancy of it is probably slightly ahead. But we are also established by law, which is the Industrial Relations Act of 2000, by Section 62. And our primary mandate really is to provide speedy dispute resolution, and it must be cost-effective, efficient, and accessible in however we provide it within the country. The pandemic, as we all very well know, was a disruption and probably still is a disruption. Thank you very much. Sorry, my height is a bit of a challenge, but it's okay. This of course, the positive of it is it gave CIMAC an opportunity to improve our efficiencies and also improve our accessibility, and we'll tell you how. The lockdown, like everybody else, we tended to almost follow South Africa, except at the tail end of the lockdown period, 27th of March, we were asked to close down fully. Then we had a partial lifting in about April 2020, and then of course complete lifting in about November 2020. So what did we do? How did we adapt? We started off by looking at internal guidelines in terms of how we're going to operate, when are we going to close, how are we going to work around remote work. Some disputes were suspended, and of course then meant that submission of our dispute reports, which typically is physically in our offices that are within the 4 regions of the country. Now we had to probably look at either email, particularly mainly email. Then of course we had to look at how do we deliver the service. Initially probably by WhatsApp and by email. And of course we looked at teleconferencing for pre-conciliation. We looked at video conferencing for both conciliation and arbitration. And then, of course, balloting and mediation were suspended for that period. Particularly, I would like to believe during the complete lockdown. So, what did our volumes look like? For conciliations, we had 26 in 2020, which were virtually held virtually. 22 out of 958, which were held in 2021. And then in 2021, 2022 were 15 out of 692. And this number is still going to grow. And these numbers are as at the end of the year, which is March of 2020, 2021. And then, of course, 2022 will only count in next year in its finality. So arbitrations, similarly, in the same period, we had 9 of 68, 13 of 78, and 3 of 82. As you can very well see, the numbers are very small. So it told us that probably there's a challenge that we have within the country, or let alone our readiness in terms of moving along, and we'll talk to it shortly. What then were our advantages? Our advantages was we had to then define, as you very well know, we work with attorneys and definitions are very important to guide us around what is really, what do we define as remote, what a remote hearing, and that was, it has to be virtual, it has to be done remotely, so the offices were closed, of course, and then video conferencing was available. Then our procedural efficiencies enabled us to start doing a lot more pre-arbs and default judgments, which were processes around which didn't necessarily, and made us realize that we really didn't need to actually meet, albeit in forced circumstances, but it gave us some comfort around those. And I guess the consideration going forward is maybe we should potentially continue with that as well into the future. So the cost effectiveness of this process is amazing, because what it did is it reduced travel costs, time costs. I remember the one conversation with the Institute of People Management that was a consideration was that, at least I don't have to wake up in the morning and start thinking about what I'm going to wear. But we're realizing that actually took a lot of time, let alone planning how to get to work and getting to work. But in this case, we had commissioners now deal with a lot more cases within a particular space of time, because they didn't have these other elements to be considering. We also had for the parties, so Swaziland, as small as it may be, you may find that, so we have 4 regions, we may find that a person worked in the sugar industry, which is in the Lubombo region, but originally home is in the Hoho region. So imagine that now there's a conciliation that has to be heard at the place where the dispute occurred, right? So now I have to travel. That's now, in today's terms, probably transport is about 100 Malangeni one way, which is equivalent to the Rand. And then now I have to bring myself, but I also have to bring my representative, who either is a labor commissioner, an attorney, or whoever else who would be representing me. So these costs may look, we save certainly as an office, but the person who needs the service now had some level of cost efficiency in managing this from home. But of course, there's a downside to it as well. But then, of course, the accessibility, because now I could do it on the phone if it's a teleconference, WhatsApp if I had data and we had agreed to that, then of course I could do it within the comfort of my home, and of course similarly with the representative. Then the diversity of the mediation arbitration panel. So how we are structured at the moment is that we have commissioners that are set for what we call the Manzini region, and the reason why I say quote unquote is because the Manzini region is our largest region. It takes care of 3 regions, okay? And then the whole region similarly. What it then did, it enabled us to use our commissioners cross-functionally based on their abilities in one, the matter, but 2, it also enabled them to be exposed to other industries. So take, for example, if the Manzini region takes care of Lubombo, as I've mentioned, and in that industry, mainly is the sugar manufacturing industry. So you find that the Manzini commissioners are exposed to that type of dispute in the sugar industry, because then if you are in Baban, which is in the whole region, you are going to be exposed to a different set of mainly retail security type disputes or industries. So what this did is enabled us to now allocate our commissioners work and disputes to hear disputes across the country, which of course is a consideration as well into the future around how are we structured and how that structuring creates not only the efficiency of our work, but also the issues around commercial development in terms of exposing them to other industries. Then, of course, time management, which I've mentioned, assisted quite a lot. And then, of course, it then required us to adapt very quickly. As you very well know, we closed, we didn't have processes, we didn't have procedures, we didn't have protocols. And then all of a sudden, now within the end of March to probably April, we now need to put these things in place so that we are able to still provide the service. Now, what we then found with technology, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was the ILO presentation that spoke about public funding for technology. And this is what we faced. We are 100% funded by government. We are now in the new strategy in a process of looking at alternative funding, which therefore meant we could not invest then. For funding of, whether it's Teams, or Microsoft 365, or it was Zoom, a corporate account, whatever the case may be, we were not able to. So we did what we could at the moment, but I think we still managed to provide the service. But when the process or the dispute in terms of arbitration and mediation were longer, it then became difficult. I mean, imagine sitting in for an arbitration on your phone. Then there's document sharing, then there's all these other things that you have to manage, then there's muting and unmuting, and so it became difficult. Because then what it then said, so let me go back to how we're structured again. We have what we call full-time commissioners that are employed by the commission. Then we have what we call part-time commissioners whom we employ normally and traditionally are attorneys. Now the question becomes, for the full-time commissioners, we're able to give them airtime,
take about a few minutes.
Okay, that sounds great. So I won't speak to all of them, but I'll talk to you really about so disadvantages of remote hearing is of course the long procedures like mediation, arbitration. It became difficult not only for the mediator and arbitrator, but of course of the parties. And most importantly, and I was speaking to my senior commissioners, and they were saying, you know, one of the things that face-to-face assists you with is being able to observe in the room. You know, the temperatures, the reactions, and things like those, which you can't necessarily, you may observe online, but not necessarily as well as when you are there face to face. And of course, Swaziland being what it is, despite the fact that we've got about 1.2, 1.4 million subscribers to cellular network, the network itself is not as strong, and then of course there were issues of data security risk, and of course they'd have to manage, now it's dropped, and then you have to reconnect, and that of course would take time. Okay. Then of course we'll move on quickly. Okay. Whilst that connects, may I just continue with the slides so that I don't take up too much time for the other presenter? Okay. So consideration for, okay, there we are. Consideration for labor ADR agencies in terms of the use of online technology. The first thing is about good faith. We know we have the duty of ensuring that we're ensuring equality. We have the duty of ensuring that the parties agree to whatever online mode you have certainly agreed to or proposed to have, but also the issue around do all of us necessarily have the accessibility to the technology options that are there? Maybe, maybe not. So that was a thing that we had to make sure we were able to attend to. Then of course parties' rights needed to be framed, and we needed to agree on the proceedings, and of course the proportionality of the cost versus and complexity suggested by the use of the technology vis-a-vis the issues around privacy and cybersecurity. Maybe initially there was a challenge with how we trusted these, but eventually we managed to soldier on. One thing that also was important for us and consideration to the future is a comprehensive system, not only around online reporting of disputes. So how do you notify people? How do you make sure? Can we publish our schedule on our website? How many people can access it? And is it the best way to do so? Servicing of documents. So at the moment, pre-COVID, we serviced physically. So a driver would go to the workplace and actually service the documents. And then of course now it's about probably using technology to do that and tracking that it has been served and also tracking the disputes. E-filing is becoming an important thing where we're able to, as I spoke to you about sharing of large documentation as evidence, if we had a central portal within which to put all our documents as a repository, that could possibly be easy. Then of course, data analysis is also important. And then lastly, if the impact to the ADR, we certainly have seen saw fewer cases during COVID. And then of course, when we came back in 2022, there was a high surge of cases, because now, but when we came back, then we were able to do physical reporting. Then, of course, the settlement rate decreased due to our financial impact of the COVID-19. As you may well appreciate, employers or the respondent may or may not have been able to actually pay, and then therefore we saw decreased settlement. And then lastly, the issue around the usefulness of emergency situations in terms of unrest, that too is a consideration of how can we then still adapt technology in that particular space. And we believe that the CCMA will certainly share some experiences with us, which we will learn. Challenges, of course, is connectivity, as said, access to technology, data, and facilities. Internet internet failure is a constant that we deal with, which also needs to be sorted out so that we can make sure that our parties can access in one way or the other, and process. This, of course, should not affect our efficiencies. Then, of course, the service qualities is still very high on our agenda, so that we can make sure that the timelines are reduced, and of course technology will be one of those that are going to help us. Then of course regulations and rules on remote work. So we are currently looking at reviewing our rules to ensure that that also is included, so that we are able to work into the future. We don't know what monkeypox will bring us, and therefore we are appreciative of the COVID experience, because then it has taught us some level of competence in terms of preparing for a circumstance such as that pandemic. Then of course, future outlook, how we see the future. I think for most importantly here would be ensuring that the arbitrators have good skills in technology, simplicity of the technology, and then of course we need to have a general consensus among our stakeholders around remote hearings, and having that within our rules. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, I hope I didn't take too much of your time.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mrs. Makakula from Eswatini. Thank you very much. I think we have learned a bit about the post-COVID situation in CIMAC. Our next panelist is from Brazil. It's Judge Fernanda Junqueira, the 14th Federal Labor Court and visiting scholar of American University in Brazil. Can you help me give her a warm round of applause? Ms. Junqueira, the floor is yours, and welcome. You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. Warm greetings from Brazil. I'm here in the Amazon region. It's a pleasure to be virtually in South Africa. Hope to get to visit Cape Town soon. I'm afraid that I'm on a big screen there, so I don't know if it's supposed to be good or not, but hopefully you can hear me. I want to give a massive hug to Laurie, a dear friend from CCMA. I think she's in the audience, and she's a good friend of mine. I get to meet her in person while her stay in Brasilia. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you for being here. I have a 10-minute time left in
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
I'm gonna share my screen. Just let me know if you can see it. If you're able to.
Now we can see. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Sorry if it's not on the format allowed in the CCMA, because I wanted to maintain the little videos I have put on, but you have a QR code over there, so if you want to follow up with me. Well, what I'm supposed to talk to you today is about dispute resolution in the post-COVID era here in the Amazon region. What the 14th Labor Circuit has done in order to deliver justice while in the COVID era and now in the post-COVID era. So feel free to join me. And I always think that law interacts and dialogues with other fields of knowledge. like literature, for example. And there's this Brazilian poet that says that there is a time to let go of some used clothes, worn out clothes, which have taken the shape of our bodies, and to forget the path that always leads us in the same direction. It is time to change. And if we're not bold enough to face it, we'll be forever strangers and apart from ourselves. And I think we can relate, that the little text I've just presented to you to the COVID era. It was like a time in order to reflect. It was a time, that asked, another way of behaving, another way of interaction. So it was a time to change, a time to think, and also a time, to see what we could do with all the sadness that was all around us, especially here in Brazil, because COVID-19 was like, I don't know if it's a roller coaster, but I can say that it was something that made us, more a poor country, because we're already a third world development country. So it was pretty sad, but it was a time to change also. And there's this quote from This Is Us. I don't know if you've already seen it. It's a series. I think it's an HBO series. And there's this quote that during these sad times, I think we have the opportunity to reinvent ourselves. We have to take the sour lemon life has to offer you and hopefully turn it into something resembling lemonade. When everything shut down here in Brazil, we ask ourselves, what are we going to do in order to pursue justice in the Amazon region? Because we are very close, to the Ecuador line. We are up north in Brazil. And it's totally different scenario that Laurie saw in Brasilia. It's a totally different scenario that you already heard about São Paulo, that you have already heard about Rio de Janeiro. It's like an unknown region because we are a continental country with great contradictions as well. So what were we supposed to do in order to continue our public service? Remembering that life is only possible if reinvented. So we decided to reinvent ourselves, to make that sour lemon that we were facing at that time, at that period of time, especially here in the up north region, and trying to make a resembling lemonade out of it. Especially in terms of dispute resolutions. First of all, we migrated our service into the network. So we don't have paper anymore here in Brazil. Everything is done digitally. Everything is done electronically. So we don't have like a piece of paper in order to have a party signed the document. We don't have that anymore. Everything is done digitally since 2013. But hearings, attendances were done in person. But since we had to shut down our buildings, so we had to reinvent ourselves in terms of continuing delivering justice here in our region. So the decision was to define our work methods, especially because it was possible that we could get closer with the introduction of technological tools. We also redefined the concept of justice. When it comes to justice, we always associate it with a building, a nice building, a chic building. But justice is not a building, is not a physical structure. Justice is service. And the pandemic showed us that. And we developed best practice. So in order to create that recognition, feeling, and belonging. But how did we get closer? Look, we are the 14th labor circuit in Brazil. A total, we have 24 labor circuits in Brazil. And our jurisdiction is around 2 states up north, Rondônia and Acre. So we have great distance. It's impossible to transit, you know? And with the Zoom platform or the Google Meet platform as well, we could have daily interactions and meetings. So it was something like revolutionary because we didn't have to go to a city that is about 700 kilometers from the capital, Porto Velho, in order to have a meeting with our staff, our public staff. Now we can transit into all units without having to dislocate. That is something huge. So we got closer, despite being virtually. And also, as I told you before technology, like we attend 2 states, Rondônia and Acre, way up north in Brazil, next to Bolivia and Peru. So we have great distances and geographical obstacles. Around almost 400,000 kilometers of jurisdiction. And we only have 32 units, physical units. Now, with the introduction of technological tools, we've changed that. Administration, you know, is accessible by a click. And that's revolutionary. And also, as I said, we redefined the concept of justice. Look, there is a picture of our reality here in the Amazon region. So we amplified access to justice in the Amazon region. But how we made it possible? It was a rapid transition because in 2020, March 2020, everything shut down here in Brazil and the courts as well. So we had to adapt ourselves very quickly, but it was worth it. We created, you know, a virtual assistant. Her name is Raíra, is the first virtual assistant of the judiciary branch here in Brazil. So the citizen can just click on it and he will have or she will have the answer she or he needs with simple questions and answers. And we also have numbers. If she doesn't want to type the option, she can just press 1, 2, 3 until 8 options. Raíra, we wanted to be a woman because we're still struggling with gender equality here in Brazil, in and outside the judiciary branch. So we wanted to have Brazilian features, you know. She has indigenous orange, and Raíra, in their language, means human. So we wanted to make our service as human as possible. Despite being remotely done, remotely delivered, we made it human as possible. And Raíra is a great access to justice here in Brazil. It's a great door in order to the citizen come to us asking, you know, for information about its situation, wanting to have a deeper close of our work methods, wanting to get to know a little bit more about the labor court, or want to file a complaint, whatever its needs, it can be done by our virtual assistant, Haira. And the initiative was so revolutionary that, I don't know if you already heard about Richard Susskind, the author of the online courts. He's British, no, he's Scottish actually. And it was internationally recognized. So we are way up north in Brazil, and we have like a little page on his website about the experience being shared around the globe when it comes to the use of technology inside the courts. Also, we created a project. Its name is Labor Justice On. We have a huge area of jurisdiction with lack of physical structure. We have lack of resources as well. So we had to amplify our area of jurisdiction. But how would that be possible when you don't have the money to build another judiciary court? We decided to, celebrate partnerships with other institutions, public and private ones, in order to amplify the access to justice. I've just heard the previous panels, Magalula, if I'm not mistaken, her name, is that Wi-Fi internet network is a huge obstacle when it comes to remote hearings, online hearings. So when it comes to the Amazon region, where we have populations that are totally outside of the judiciary system, they live apart from it. We don't have the necessary ways to reach them. They don't know the judiciary branch. We have indigenous areas still. So how do we get to these populations? Because the traditional way to deliver justice, it was never possible to do that. So we tried to have partnerships with other institutions, public defenders. If we had CCMA here, obviously we would have done a partnership here with CCMA, but other institutions that have access to those populations that we as a labor court didn't have that for many years. That's how our roads are here in the Amazon region in order to reach. And since we are in the Amazon region, we have 6 months of rain and 6 months of completely drought. When it's raining, it's impossible to navigate within these roads. That's a judge riding, trying to pass, going to a very small community, a very poor and small community here in the state of Acre. We had to take little airplanes in order to try to reach these communities. Here we have a small, and it's not only a small airplanes, they needed to have, little boats as well, because we have lots of communities that live around the river and the family support themselves with the life existed in these waters. So little airplanes, little boats, little canoes that we had to take in order to visit that. And it was too expensive, because to have all these people working in order to take this judge to the capital, to these areas, it's very, very expensive. And not only expensive, it's ineffective, because we spend more days trying to get the road, we're trying to get the plane, we're trying to get a canoe, and we spend only 1 day in the community, making the necessary attendance. So it's not effective, never was, and costly. So we tried to, develop this project named Labor Justice On. We celebrated partnerships with the public defenders of the states of Acre and Rondônia because they have good Wi-Fi sign. And here we have an indigenous family trying to connect. That is in the computer screen is a judge, our judge here from the 14th Labor Circuit. And we are having an online hearing with that indigenous without having to dislocate him because he does not have the financial resources to do that. And also, we don't have to dislocate our judges into that community.
Judge?
And we have, yes?
Judge, you're left with 3 minutes. Please continue to wrap up.
Okay. And then, I'm just wrapping up, okay? And then we amplified access to justice in this region. We have now a project, Metaverse, as well. We are embracing good ideas, best practice here and outside the 14th Labor Court. We're exporting ideas around the globe. We enhanced our productivity. We enhanced our economy and also sustainability, especially here in the Amazon region. And what we found out, just wrapping up everything, that we used to live in a chrysalis, and the technological tools gave us the possibility to fly, to become a butterfly. And we found out that the world is not that wide as we ever thought it was. It fits right inside the palms of our hands. So there's this quote about Breitenbach, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's a South African writer, and he said the arrival is the moment where all the components of humanity, not just the ethical ones, consent to the idea that it is possible to be one and multiple at the same time. And we found out here, by this experience of online hearings, partnerships, inside and outside the judiciary branch, we can be one and multiple at the same time, reaching out those people who have always lived a part of the justice system. Thank you so much. If you need any help, if you have any questions, I'm here in order to try to answer them. And thank you so much for having me here in Brazil morning, in this afternoon in South Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Judge. A round of applause. Please remain online for questions. Our next speaker is Commissioner David Taylor. He is the Chief International Affairs Officer. He is also Senior Advisor, Office of the Director, in the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, FMC, of the USA. Please help me welcome Commissioner Taylor.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. It's so nice to be here. It's such an honor to be asked to address this body. I see Lavuyo, who I know, and Cameron. I don't know if I see Anna. I want to thank Nolufefe for her efforts and her support and hand-holding in preparing this presentation. I want to try to respect the time limits as much as possible, so I'll get right down to business. Let me share my screen. Okay, let's go to slideshow mode. Okay, very good. So what I will do for this presentation is, since it's too long to read every slide and go over everything, I'm going to hit the very highlights, the main points. So a very important thing to know about our agency, I'll divide my presentation into pre-COVID, early COVID, and late COVID. It's all about COVID, right? So our agency is a voluntary service. The parties do not have to use us, which makes us fairly unique in the world. And there are several benefits to that. There's some weaknesses, but there's several benefits to that. One benefit is that we don't have to worry about enforcing the labor law. We don't adjudicate, so the parties can really trust us They can say anything to us, and we build very, very strong relationships with the parties over time. The other thing is that this voluntary nature of our services makes it so that we have to make ourselves useful, or else people won't use us. And that has led to tremendous innovation in training, in the relationship development between labor and management parties in the collective bargaining arena. So we have a culture of continuous learning. Our mediators are always attending different seminars and learning different things. We're always investing in different platforms now that we're virtual. So those are two very important things to remember. We're a voluntary service, and we have a very strong tradition of working with our parties to build the relationships. So, and if another thing to understand about the United States is if we're not successful in brokering an agreement in collective bargaining, the remedy is a strike or a lockout. There's no labor court that decides the terms of the agreement. The labor court that we have just decides whether parties have violated the labor law, and they oversee elections, but they don't decide the terms of the agreement. So the stakes are very high, which is another reason why they use us, even though we're voluntary. So we mediate grievances of violations of union contracts, alleged violations, and we mediate employment discrimination, of course. We do not mediate statutory rights, wages and hours, health and safety, pensions. That makes us very different from a lot of the other agencies around the world. The Department of Labor mediates those. So I've already covered that we have a lot of training services. Let's jump right into early COVID. So it hit everybody, of course, in March of 2020, but we were ready. FMCS was ready because since 2013, we had gradually been introducing video teleconferencing to our mediator corps. We had a conflict resolution week as early as 2013, totally online. We have another one coming up in about 2 weeks, which is also online. We have the FMCS Virtual Academy, where we train internally, we train our mediator corps in many, many different things, as I alluded to earlier. We have an FMCS Institute, which is a fee-for-service body, also online, and we had our first international technical assistance program for Bangladesh in 2016. Now we operate almost exclusively online internationally, and much to the chagrin of our mediators who like to travel places. So when March 2020 hit, when COVID hit, 20% of our workforce was already capable of delivering services virtually. So what did we do? We put those 20% into service to teach the other 80%. So we created a new office called the Office of Strategy Development. We moved 7 mediator positions. Just think of that. They weren't mediating anymore. Their job was to help the rest of the mediator corps become proficient in online service delivery. So they train the mediators through what they call sandbox session, like playing in the sandbox. You learn the different platform, whether it's Teams or Microsoft Forms or Polls Everywhere or Zoom, whatever it is, they learned in sandbox session. They were there to hold our hands for client-facing meetings, whether it's collective bargaining, employment discrimination, union grievances, trainings, you name it, they were there. They stayed in touch with our mediator workforce to listen to their concerns, take their suggestions. And they were always, and they still are, remaining alert to new platforms and tools. And I wish we had time to get into all these tools, but they're constantly evolving. We need to stay on top of them. And they also provided input and expertise to agency leadership. I was part of leadership during that time, and I really valued their contributions, as did the people that I answered to. So then, above and beyond creating that office, we created what's called a meeting tech team. So as people started learning how to provide online service delivery, we formed a group of 35 mediators on collateral duty, which means that they're not getting any additional money. They're just doing this job because they're dedicated to the service, dedicated to the mission, and they could be requested on an as-needed basis to hold the hands of the mediators as they delivered services online, whether it was collective bargaining, individual cases, and people used them a lot. I was a meeting tech, but I also used meeting techs. So there was such a wonderful culture developing where it was okay to ask for help. It wasn't seen as a sign of shame. And we said even meeting techs need meeting techs. So that was essential to the scale up of FMCS operations online. Here are the results. 100% of our workforce is proficient in virtual service delivery. And I will stand by that number. Some people are better than others. Some people are more proficient than others, but everybody is proficient. And we're immensely proud of that. We performed record numbers, not only of collective bargaining, but also relationship development training, grievance mediation, and employment mediation. This is different than what I'm seeing around the world. We had a conference last week, and our fellow colleagues from other countries were reporting lower numbers. We actually kept our numbers up, and this was very challenging to our mediators because they had more and more work to do. They were doing 2 or 3 collective bargainings. They still are, by the way. Collective bargainings in one day. That is a lot of work. Why? Because they can. There's no more commuting, no more sitting in traffic. So we have had a challenge of managing burnout among our mediator workforce. So that's an ongoing challenge. The other thing is I alluded to a few minutes ago, through all this cross-regional cooperation, we all came together. We became more unified as an agency. We learned from one another. I've always had the privilege of working with people across the country because I've worked out of Washington, but people in the regions didn't have that privilege, and they discovered how great it was to learn from their colleagues, learn new training programs, learn new mediation techniques, make new friends. So these relationships and indeed friendships continue to this day. All right, late COVID, let's do that. This is probably the most interesting part because it's one of the purposes of this panel. So how did we respond? So in late COVID, there were some other things happening in our country that one cannot ignore. There's social, economic, political tension in the United States right now. Not just in the United States, but certainly we have our share. Then we have a declining unionization rate, which also has caused a major change in our agency. And then there's some structural changes that we made in response to COVID. So with the time that I have left, let me cover these things. So first I'll cover programming in response to social, economic, and political chasms in the United States. So as you're aware, we've had the murder of George Floyd, we had the Me Too movement, we have tremendous political divisions with far left and far right groups making appearance in the political scene, social scene. So we're having a tough time in the United States right now, holding it all together. So the murder of George Floyd really caused a change in our country, made us even more sensitive to the issue of racial inequality, more aware of of our regional directors, and we talked about accepting responsibility. We looked at our hiring practices. We looked at procedures for welcoming new employees, and we developed a set of shared values and core principles, which I can share with you on demand. So for diversity, we want to recruit the nation's best talent, reflective of the makeup of the nation. So we want, our workforce is 35% female when our country is 50% female, so we need to do better in recruiting females. And we also need to reach out to other populations. We have no Southern Asians, people of South Asian background on our workforce. We have one person of East Asian background. We need to do better. Equity involves equal opportunities for special assignments and to advance your career, training opportunities. Inclusion means we want to listen to your concerns. We have listening sessions, climate surveys, ask people how they're doing, and everybody's input's valued. And accessibility, we want to make sure that people with different disabilities, different issues can access all of our programs 100% of the time. So these are actually mandated by President Biden for the federal workforce, and this is how we are implementing them. We are apolitical, by the way. We don't change, except for our director, from administration to administration. And at our meeting last week, we had Trump's director standing next to Biden's director. So we're very apolitical. In the community, we forge relationships with the Department of Justice, Community Relations Service to help heal the ills in the community and the ethnic tensions. We want to teach young people. We have cool schools to teach grade school children conflict resolution skills. You have to start young. Political polarization, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but the media, on cable TV, I have CNN, which is left-wing, we have Fox News, which is right-wing, and we have nothing in the middle. And increasingly on social media and many spheres of public life in the United States, we're politically polarized. And while it doesn't directly impact our work in workplace conflict resolution, it certainly doesn't help because it puts people in a self-righteous, reflexive, in-group, out-group mindset. And so political polarization reflects many of the tensions in society, but it also feeds into them. So it's something we need to pay attention to, and our skill set developed in the workplace is useful for political polarization. We are, in response to the declining unionization rate, we are reorganizing our whole agency. So we're using the technology that was developed under COVID, remote technology, to use mediators across geographic lines. If we have an expert in an industry in Florida, they can take a case in California. So that's also forging stronger bonds among our mediator workforce. We are also training our mediators to not just be dispute resolvers, but to be conflict management professionals. And I'll explain that a little bit more, but it's the whole relationship between the parties, labor and management or in the workplace. So that's leadership training, communications training, difficult conversations training, change management training, above and beyond just dispute resolution, which is still very important. I shouldn't minimize it by saying just, but we're doing other things. We're reducing the administrative burdens on our mediators so they can better focus on client services. Not the most interesting part of the presentation, but one of the most important. It frees us up to do our work. We are greatly increasing our resources for training. As I mentioned earlier, we have a culture of training. So we've seen a 100% increase in the size of our Center for Conflict Management Education, which trains our workforce internally and the public and our customers externally. The Conflict Management Professionals Program, we have a first cohort of 15 people. They're going to get this credential and they're going to train everybody else. So in the future, in order to get the highest promotion level in our agency, you're going to have these abilities. So collaboration, problem solving, leadership, change management, and many others. So that's a very important change at our agency. We have created a national projects unit reflecting our ability to work together across geographic lines. So we have highly talented, technological savvy, elite mediators who can deliver services in major cases and to major clients across geographic boundaries. All this is possible because of the transition to remote service delivery in the wake of COVID. And this is the last one. Structural changes in response to COVID, directly. The other ones I've shown you are indirect. This is more directly. Well, of course, we're continuing to invest in technology platforms. I really loved the Brazilian presenters' technology. We should think about something like that. And of course, we're going to continue to train our workforce in how to use these platforms. We're reducing our real estate imprint. We are getting rid of office space. People are working from their houses. I'm at my home right now, and it's by and large been successful, and we're now managing the transition to in-person work, but there's not a lot of demand for in-person work. People want to meet virtually for the most part, not totally. We're have more trainings via that fee-for-service institute that I mentioned because people are able to access it virtually. And my portfolio is international services. I am really, really busy, as is my colleague Carla, who is here, because we can do things like this, like we're doing right now, internationally, and it's a beautiful thing to be able to connect with people from different cultures. It never gets old. That's all I have for you today.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Taylor. A round of applause. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Our next panelist is Dr. June Namgung, Associate Research Fellow, Korea Labour Institute, South Korea. Dr. Namgung.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can I start?
Yes,
my presentation?
yes. Please proceed.
Okay. I'd like to have some help to pop up my presentation slide, PPT slides file on the screen. Yes, thank you. Well, let me start. Hello, everyone. My name is Jun Namgung, and I am working as a research fellow at Korea Labour Institute. Korea Labour Institute is a national think tank specializing in labor studies such as labor law, labor economics, industrial relations, etc., etc. It is my great honor to present to you at this amazing conference, and looks like I am the final presenter of this session. Then I'd like to fulfill my duty, which means I will make my presentation as short as possible. Okay, today I'd like to speak about how South Korea's labor dispute settlement agencies have been responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, and more importantly, the impacts and the changes it has brought to the world of labor dispute settlement. Since I have only 10 minutes or minus 10, I will briefly talk about the main points only. Next slide, please. Thank you. In South Korea, labor disputes are normally handled first by an army of labor inspectors run by the Ministry of Employment and Labor. Unofficially, about 70 to 80% of cases are known to be addressed at this stage. One phone call made by a labor inspector. Next, a quasi-administrative and judicial agency, which is Labor Relations Commission, and in a way quite similar to the CCMA in South Africa, I believe. And it is the main engine in our labor dispute settlement system. The Labor Relations Commission, as an agency, has two-tier system. One is regional level commission, located across the corner of the country. There is one regional commission in nearly every metropolitan city and province. So access is not that bad. There is one national level commission that is responsible to deal with cases appealed from a regional one. The civil, criminal, and administrative courts are also available to those who seek for their rights and protections on the labor law in their employment and labor relations. Next slide, please. Thank you. However, labor relation commissions have several strengths and advantages compared to the courts. Labor relations commissions are free to use, quicker, less formal, sensitive to the unique context of employment and industrial relations. Therefore, many workers tend to first knock on the door of the commissions first when they have some serious dispute with their employers. And the Labor Relations Commission offer various dispute resolution services, particularly through several kinds of committees, each of which is responsible for adjudication, discrimination redress, and mediation, among others. The adjudication committee's services perhaps are by far the most used services, and the adjudication committees play a similar role to that of employment tribunals in the United Kingdom, if I may have an example. And the most disputed cases in those committees are unfair dismissal or discipline. Would you please show me the next slide? Thank you. Let me show you a bar graph to give you a sense of what has happened in this world in the last 5 years. First, you can see the yellow part, First, you can see unfair dismissal and discipline cases account for by far the largest chunk of all the cases. And although not significant, you can see unfair dismissal cases have slightly increased since the COVID-19 pandemic, although the total number of cases have a bit dropped during the time. Please, next slide. Thank you. Now you can see more specific numbers of the cases by year and by the kind of services and of the issues disputed. By this table, we can see more precisely the year of 2020 witnessed more cases brought before adjudication committees of Labor Relations Commission for all of the issues. I have to be, please, next slide, please. We are already on the last slide of my presentation. Okay, I have to be very careful about what I am going to tell you, because all of it is not based on robust evidence, but it is more of a speculation based on some anecdotal cases. Nevertheless, if I may go on, there has been a rapid increase in cases of unfair dismissal and discipline. You might remember that I just told you until the last slide there was an increase, but far from huge. It's true. If we look at only the number of cases lodged before Labor Relations Commission. However, if we combine the number with the number of cases taken to courts, then the number will get much bigger. I'm sorry, I couldn't get the statistics about the numbers of cases brought before courts. So, but such cases could be more often found in industries such as airlines, cosmetic, taxi, performing arts and entertainment, which were impacted the worst during the COVID era. I was also told that the more dependent contractors tried their cases for their employee status to be recognized and declared by Labor Relations Commissions and courts alike. Next is the changes in industrial relations. In a nutshell, we had fewer collective disputes and fewer industrial actions in 2020 and 2021 than compared to the previous years. I believe it was something to do with the fact that union activities, collective bargaining, and industrial actions all require workers' face-to-face contacts. And social distancing clearly prevented such contacts from happening. As a result, the number of strikes and the days lost due to industrial actions both dropped. during the COVID pandemic. However, the COVID-19 pandemic seemed to enable digital platform workers to obtain some bargaining power and provide opportunities for them to organize trade union, and many platform workers' trade unions are now recognized by labor law in South Korea, which was not the case before we had COVID-19 pandemic. I reckon it was possible also because South Korea ratified very recently, last year, ILO Convention numbers 87 and 98, two of the fundamental ILO conventions. I am sorry to spoil all the fun by saying this, but other than I have just told you so far, at least in the context of labor dispute settlement in South Korea, we South Korea have been doing our business as usual, only with a mask on. COVID-19 did not bring really great impacts and changes as a result, I believe. Perhaps it was because we did not experience something very serious like a lockdown of the metropolitan city or any city at all. And unlike the countries like yours, South Africa, Brazil, and the United States, all of which has huge lands and big countries, South Korea, relatively speaking, has small land, and we are living close to each other, and the social distancing was not very important factor for our way of addressing labor disputes. Except for some industries and sectors, the economy, many South Korean economy seem to have managed to handle the COVID-19 pandemic without major crisis, especially since vaccine became available. Still, COVID-19 seems to have paved the way for labor relation commissions, for example, to introduce legal grounds necessary for remote video hearing, which was not the case before COVID. But I'm afraid to say this. I'm saying just we now have legal grounds. I'm not saying we have some real practices of remote hearing at the moment. Slightly remote, though, along with the cultural change, individualism, isolationism facilitated by COVID-19, the mega-trend judicialization seems to reinvigorate labor court debate. As I told you already, our Labor Relations Commission is a quasi-administrative and judicial agency, not labor court, technically speaking, something we can see in Europe, for example. But because of this trend, individualism and isolation seems to reinvigorate the trust, all the debates between Labor Relations Commission and labor courts, and seems to be a labor court seems to be gaining more popularity, I think. So this is what I have prepared for today's presentation, and I would be very happy to wait for any questions about South Korean case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Namgung. We are going to be taking questions. Firstly, I want to thank the delegates and the panelists for being patient with all the waiting that they had to do. If possible, if we could take questions for each country, starting with Swaziland, and then we go to the next country. Are there any questions for Ms. Makakul? One question is there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Kakan. My question to Ms. Magagula. In South Africa, just a statement, in South Africa, language, it is a problem, in our dispute resolution system. Now, I want to check in Eswatini. How do you conduct your conciliation and arbitrations? Do you use the foreign language, English, or you are using the local language in order for the people to be able to engage? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Magagula. Are you using English even though the parties and the commissioner are speaking Swati? Please.
So yes, the official languages in Eswatini is Swati and English, but generally the language in the hearing is normally determined by the parties. You would find that at the lower ends it's more Siswati, and then at more corporate it will be mostly English. And arbitrations are mostly done in English than Siswati.
Thank you very much, Ms. Magagula. The Judge Okwira, are you still there? Can we take questions? Yes, from Brazil.
Yes, sure, I'm here.
Thank you. Any questions about the Amazon? PSC, do you have a question? Thank you. Thank you.
Afternoon, Judge. I'm not sure if it's afternoon in Brazil. Question from my side. I think earlier on in this year, we attended an international presentation wherein I think you indicated the backlog currently being experienced in Brazil insofar as the labor disputes that you had. I think you went to the extent that you have about 1 million cases still pending. I'm not sure, I stand to be corrected. And I'm looking here now, I'm seeing that you are a federal labor court judge, and I'm not sure if there's an underlayer or consideration of having an underlayer to try and assist with the reduction of those cases, one. And I think the second question is, coming from your presentation, I'm realizing that you're experiencing some of the issues that we also experience here in South Africa, and that's traveling between some of the rural areas and the likes. I'm not sure to what extent. I've never been to the Amazon, but any consideration of having the judges case dependent on how many cases they receive from that particular region to perhaps stay there for longer periods of time to save on costs and those sort of things being considered from a Brazilian perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, PSC. Judge?
Thank you. Well, concerning the first question, here at the 14th Labor Court, we are the fastest court in the judiciary branch. So we don't have like 1 million pending case, but we have a total at the judiciary branch, consider civil, criminal, we had about 89 million no backlog cases here in Brazil. So it's a lot. Yes, and we are trying to work on some alternative dispute resolutions, not as much as it happens usually in the US, because concerning labor disputes, here in Brazil, it is not allowed to have arbitration here in Brazil. So we cannot arbitrate labor issues here in Brazil. It has to go to ordinary courts. That will be our labor courts. And we're trying to work on it, but it depends on the legislative. It doesn't depend exclusively on us. It's not only our responsibility, but we have other authorities that could implement these alternative dispute resolutions. So that's the first thing. And we are the fastest one. Our time length of a civil, since the file of the complaint until the judgment, we have a 9-month time length. It's very short. So we are in the fastest, labor court here in Brazil. Is the 14th labor court. And it was enhanced with, while we migrated our work methods into, the virtual world. It's something amazing. Second of all, because we don't have to travel anymore. We have great distance. So we have to, just on a click, we can do everything while at home. Second, the data we have, everything we do, we have to put that on numbers and publish those numbers because the society needs to know what the judges are doing and their numbers. So our statistics, they're always online. So these populations that we didn't reach with the traditional way of delivering justice, now is, now with the partnerships we have in rural areas, in the forest areas, they now are able to reach us. So we have increased our numbers of people, filing complaints without attorneys. They are, for example, in indigenous, we have a foundation that's called FUNAI that is responsible, for the preservation of indigenous areas. They have a great Wi-Fi system. So they go to the community, take that person, drive them into their, physical structure and put them online with us. Because we have a virtual and permanent secretary. Like it's a link from Google Meet and it's permanent and it's open 24/7. So what we are doing now, it's revolutionary, and I think the whole world can experience, especially in South Africa, that we have like the same, I think, conditions. We have lots of contradictions, here in Brazil, the poor is getting poorer, and the rich is getting richer. It's like, and we have a huge gap in between. So I think what we are doing here in order to touch these people that do not know what judiciary is, do not know what their rights are, because we have people here in the Amazon region working just like as slaves here because they don't know their rights. So I think we are changing our culture, we are changing the way to deliver justice, but overall we are humanizing justice, and that's, I think, the most important thing that we are doing here now by the use of technology.
Thank you very much, Judge. The next question is for South Korea, Dr. Namgoong. Question, I don't see the hand. I don't see any hand. We have lost the USA. I'm going to thank the panelists, Dr. Namgoong, Judge Jonquera, and Ms. Makakula. We thank you very much. From the CCMA, we are greatly indebted for your presentation and for your learnings. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with one last change to the program. I've been instructed by the director, I was hoping to come and introduce him, but yet due to time, that I'll call Mr. Sifiso Lukele to come and thank everyone. Mr. Lukele, as you come up, on behalf of myself and Mandy, it's truly been a great 2 days. And we hope that we did well. Thank you.
Sanmonani. Hey, Sekuhlwile. Thank you very much. MC, may I just start with that? A great job by the two of you. Although the other was a cameo, I think she ran away. I've been looking out for her. I think I don't know what we did, but thank you very, very much. Very well done. Let's give them a hand. And then the historical footprint that we had from those who ran this organization, right from midwifing it into what we see today, a giant that emerged from very warm hands. Let's give them a round of applause. I was touched by the issues of not letting half the speakers at least to be ladies. So I'm hoping, Director, with this great work that you have done in organizing this with the executive team and all the support teams. By the way, let's give you a hand for that. I was hoping that you will be able next time to ensure that the ladies do take to the forefront. A lot of people actually do not know that throughout our history, ladies have led in many, many areas. It's just that the record wouldn't show us the truth. That's why KwaZulu-Natal today is known as KwaMthaniya, Kwelaka Mthaniya. Mthaniya was King Jama's wife. She was a Sibiya lady, and she was the chief wife. She is the mother of Mkabayi and Senzangakhona. She actually was regent. She looked after the nation. Jama was quite old by the time she was taken in, and she looked after the nation as regent. She made the decisions, and although it was comical that in her izibongo or praises, it is talked about she closed off areas using, you know what I mean. What that meant was that when things were horrible in the royal family, she would tell them, I'm a mother here. She would use her being the matriarch to her advantage. And so she preserved a nation. And as you know, Senzangakhona himself was too young when Jama died. So Mthaniya took over. For 10 years, Mthaniya looked after that entire nation. She actually handed over to Mkabayi, her own daughter, who was older than Senzangakhona, to look after the nation. I'm talking about this because it is Heritage Day. We need to remind ourselves, and it has been ignited by what I was listening to from one of the ladies who reminded us that ladies are not silent participants. You'll remember that Mkabayi actually helped in moving Shaka out of the way. Today, we look back and say, maybe she shouldn't have done that. But those who lived during that time said there was blood all over. He didn't allow men to take wives, even quite older members of the Amabuto, because he needed them to go into the army. And there was just consternation. It doesn't look like it changed much when Tingane took over. And the regent, before Tingane took over, was who? Mkabai. And then, as you know, the Zulu nation today, she built a good home near Hlobane here, those who know KwaZulu-Natal. And when she was asked why she was building away from her home, KwaNobamba, where she had grown up, she said, "Hayi, I'm not building here, ngiqulusile," meaning I'm just sitting here for a while. That's why it's called Abaqulusini. From that time, warriors were produced. That's the land between Hlobane, as you know it, Newcastle, Ladysmith, that whole raft of an area where she admitted Mbilini Kangwane, who came down because he was the rightful king after Mswati, but Mbanzeni was favored. And so he had to run, and he hid in those areas, and Mkabai accepted him. But that's another story for another time. I want to thank those who hosted us here, including the people behind the electronics. It's been great. I think we have struggled with load shedding, but a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. You have delivered us to a great digital age. And then I want to thank the board, who are my colleagues who are here, who have sat attentively, together with the guests who made this what it is. And then to thank all of you and say we have seen a number of you during different times. Thank you for honoring us and for making this warm. We look forward to seeing you sooner, and that includes all our guests. Thank you very, very much. Drive safely and look after each other. Thank you.